Good morning, everybody. My name is Matti Latvaho. I'm professor at University of Oulu, and I'll be TPC chair for this EuCNC 2017. Honored Minister, ladies and gentlemen, it is our true pleasure to welcome you all to EuCNC 2017. This is a very special year for Finland as we celebrate our 100th independence anniversary. Finland happens to be also chairman country for Arctic Council the next 2 years. For these two reasons alone, there are a lot of different events organized throughout the country during this special year. For example, this week City of Oulu hosts Arctic Broadband Summit besides EuCNC, as well as EU Arctic Policy Meeting later this week. So don't be scared, don't be surprised if some streets are closed later this week or you see more policemen on the streets than usually. It's because of this EU meeting taking place. EuCNC has grown to a really reasonable size, truly global event during the last few years. It has a unique feature of presenting not just scientific papers, but also the major results of vast, EC-funded Horizon 2020 program. Our tradition is also to have a large exhibition area showing some of the functioning prototype systems developed by different projects. This year, we have 200 technical papers presented in 6 technical tracks, poster sessions and special sessions with specific themes. We have more than 500 people attending this year's event, coming from at least 33 different countries. Yesterday we enjoyed 9 different workshops and 4 tutorials. Participating number of people was more than 200. Yesterday we also witnessed the first ever 5G Hackathon Award ceremony after one of the workshops. Today, we are also presenting a 5G demo including 360-degree live camera view enriched with sensor data just outside the other house. So this is really a busy week. However, not too busy, not to relax a little bit as well. Tonight we'll have a welcome reception hosted by City of Oulu, and tomorrow banquet and after banquet party at Market Square under midnight sun. Finally, some of the conference logistics for everybody who is coming here for this week. This turned out to be a little bit bigger event than we were anticipating, so we are not only having sessions at the theater house, we are also using the City Library auditorium room just across the yard, and all special sessions are organized at Hotel Radisson Blu. I would like to also point out that there's one timing typo at the printed conference program on page 7 for this afternoon. You will see it easily. And besides that, we recommend that you download the conference app, Conference for Me, as it's extremely simple to use and you can in real time follow up how the conference is progressing and when your preferred sessions are taking place. So once again, warmly welcome everybody to EuCNC 2017. And let's welcome our first guest speaker, Minister Anne Berner, who is serving as Minister of Transport and Communications.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear conference participants, it's a great honor for me to be here with you today, and thank you for having me. As we all know, the world is changing rapidly. We are quickly moving towards a future where augmented reality and automation, as well as telepresence, are an everyday reality. These are new, revolutionary technology breakthroughs, and they will transform the current communication system in a very global way. Through our common efforts, we are building together a new future. It is confidently believed that 5G will meet the expectations placed on wireless transmission networks as digitalization becomes an even more prevalent in our society. It is estimated that with 5G wireless, connections will be up to 100 times faster than they are today. 5G will enable faster connections, reduce transmission latency, and more secure and reliable networks, accelerating the progress of digitalization in society. The introduction of the technology will enable new services and bring more business opportunities for companies in many different sectors. As Minister of Transport and Communications, I would like to point out that transport will be one of the most important of these user groups for 5G, as reliable and instant communications will become a necessity in the transport sector. The aim of Finland's ministry is to establish an all-embracing service concept for the whole transport system, the goal of which is high quality and affordable transport services that meet the needs of all users. The widespread introduction of this service concept will also spur up the emergence of data-driven services and activate companies to develop innovative new services, both in the Finnish and in the international market. Mobility as a service will benefit from reduced latency of 5G technology, machine-to-machine communication, and more secure networks. Vehicles and travelers would use various applications requiring substantial data connections and lower transmission latency than today. In the 5G era, devices, machines, and people will be in continuous communication with the network and one another. This is a huge potential for transport, as for example, cars and other vehicles could be turned into self-driving computers. Also, other modes of transport could benefit from 5G immensely. When we are assessing different possibilities of the new technology, we must always focus on the customer who uses the communication services. People's roles and using habits are changing, and this sets requirements for the networks. For example, with e-commerce and e-government, digital technologies and thinking will extend to all aspects of life. Ladies and gentlemen, 5G is a communications technology revolution which will fundamentally change the role of wireless technology in society. We must be pioneers and be bold enough to let go of the old, and while we are building a new future. Progressive and forward-looking spectrum policy is essential for the introduction of 5G. Even now, more frequencies are needed for mobile broadband as communications are constantly increasing in mobile networks. It has been estimated that by 2030, data transfer will be 100 times what it is today. We must react and facilitate markets change. It is our goal to be among the world's frontrunners in development of this new technology. 5G networks are already being piloted with test permits issued to multiple companies by the Finnish Communications Regulatory Authority. The Finnish test network entity is perhaps unique worldwide. The test environment functions as an innovation platform that companies can use when testing new products and business models. 5G will require different types of frequencies so that we can ensure exceptionally rapid connections and sufficient geographical coverage. The very high frequencies allocated to 5G will be decided on internationally in the 2019 World Radio Conference. And however, lower frequencies bands will be of fundamental importance in the adoption of 5G. We can use these to build the first 5G networks. Frequency bands 3,400 to 3,800 of particular importance with regard to development and adoption of the new technology. The frequency band has been recognized as the so-called 5G pioneer band. In Finland, this band could be adopted from the start of 2019. 5G standardization is already in full swing. The standard, including full 5G characteristics, will be completed in 2020. Standardized 5G networks will therefore be adopted more extensively in commercial use from the beginning of the 2020s. The use of frequencies must be as flexible and as future-oriented as possible, so that we can support the development of technology, investments, and services. Actors in different sectors may in future need to build their own local and regional 5G networks. When distributing frequencies, in addition to frequency needs of traditional mobile communications network operators, we must also examine the needs of new actors. The characteristics required of networks can be different types the characteristics required of networks can in different types of use differ a great deal from one another, which may necessitate individually realized local solutions. There could be demand for small networks utilizing the next generation's 5G technology, for example, in harbors, in industrial facilities and hospitals, and there may be demand for more extensive regional networks, such as city-specific broadband networks. In the future, different users could also benefit from flexible spectrum sharing. In Finland, the dialogue on the frequency policy solutions has already started. Collaboration between the different parties in the sector as we know it today is and will be vital for the development of the 5G technology. Digitalization will affect procedures and practices, services and behavior. We want to make full use of these opportunities and do things in a new way. The Finnish government is, in this respect, very much committed to these developments. We do want to see our country pioneering and be amongst the first. We also do want to create possibilities for markets and for new technologies to be used. This is why we will need an extensive dialogue between all parties, and for that we will arrange also our own internal roundtables as we are used to, but also invite all those who are interested to share their thoughts and ideas with us so that we can have best practices, learn, and then do the right decisions on the right time. I do hope that you have a good seminar here today, that you will be able to share and learn, and that we together can move forward to bring Finland and other countries into the next phase of new technology. Thank you.
So we have time for a couple of questions to Mr. Berner.
This is welcome to Finland. The audience is usually very quiet.
No questions?
Matti, this means you have to ask something.
So we have had this discussion for some time to deregulate some of the European legislation to allow these new business models. Do you see that our test network, Finland, could somehow be utilized to drive legislation change amongst whole European countries?
I really hope so. And this is maybe something that we could invite the Commission and also the European Union partners that we are discussing with to see, can we actually learn from allowing and having a wide open testing environment for us. Finland is looking forward to be amongst those who are deregulating and who are also not only saying that we need to deregulate, but also how can we re-regulate and create smarter regulation that again will open up for new innovations and also give space to usage of new technology. So of course that's why testing is so important, and that's also why we are allocating space in the frequencies for doing that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments to Minister? If not, thank you once again.
Thank you and enjoy.
We have a small change in the opening session schedule. Our next speaker is Pekka Soini, who is CEO of Tekes Finland and also EuCNC General Co-Chair.
Right. So, find the All right, welcome also on my behalf. We are proud co-chair of this event, and let me first tell a couple of words where we are coming from as Tekes and where I am coming from. Tekes is probably everybody don't know what is it, but Tekes is a Finnish funding agency for innovation and is the main public innovation funding agency for R&D and innovation. So we have and we boost wide-ranging innovation from research to companies and so forth. Our focus area is growth-seeking SMEs who are seeking international growth and very fast growth. We have two main objectives in Tekes strategy: innovation-driven growth for Finland, and on the other hand, Finland to be internationally appealing innovation environment. Our tools are 350 experts and working in Finland and abroad, and also about 500 million euro annual budget for innovation funding. It is very important for us that we can provide proof that our innovation has impact in Finnish society, and therefore we are running 3 levels of impact analysis: annual basis, and then 3 years after every project, and then also the longer term impact analysis on certain selected segments. So several studies show that there is a good return on investment of Tekes funding. While being in Finland, we have to see also that it is an excellent environment to do innovation. So we are, of course, a very highly educated nation. We are also very high in digitalization, and that's very important building block and founding tile. And also we are ranked very high in innovation in all different rankings. And also, Finland is small, and that is also very good. And it's also kind of the big benefit if you run and when you run first time certain kind of things. And I will come back to that a little bit later. Finnish industry, as well as industries everywhere, will face big challenges in coming years. So new digital technologies are marching in and happening dramatic and changing dramatically every sector, every businesses in the world. For example, artificial intelligence is shaping, for example, interfaces of different applications and changing them to become smart and also simple when going forward. So kind of simplification might be one of the key issues where this combination of new digital technologies will play a big role. And combination with 5G, IoT, and artificial intelligence, for example, will make a kind of the big jump change in many businesses and actually every area of life what we can think of. Also, what is important and increasingly visible is that companies are increasingly integrating their core business functionalities with other company capabilities and their platforms. we are seeing it with large companies seeking actively innovative, smart startups even, and SMEs to add their capability. With this revolution of all technologies, digital technologies mean that there is no company who can do big changes alone. And that is very important thing, what's going on right now. Value chains will change businesses and products, and also even the market itself as we speak. And also it's interesting that technology is designed and defined simultaneously. Today, many innovations are arising kind of within platforms, and very often you need an ecosystem around to make totally new innovations happening. It's advanced connectivity like 5G, but then also cybersecurity, available big data are enabling specifically big changes in new service ecosystems. And there, to succeed, we need cooperation, of course, with companies and research organizations and upscaling of new solutions. Public actors need to facilitate with favorable or enabling regulation and legislation. That's very important when going forward, that the public side has a very important role. And a tool not yet to have been used very efficiently is innovative public procurement, and that could accelerate the development, and we are at least in Finland betting on that also the public role in procurement side would play an important role as in terms of references. So we need really new drivers for growth, and as said, that these new innovations arise from ecosystems. And then because companies, they can't innovate everything by themselves, that they are now more and more willing to work together, and also they need public actors to be part of this ecosystem to be successful. Funding wise, it's of course important that public-private partnership is important, but also, and there, of course, public side can really share risk in lead market development and defining kind of the totally new ranges of businesses. And also providing test beds and piloting environments to be able to test different kind of lead markets. Good example is autonomous ship project and projects actually in Finland, where this is demonstrated very well. Public side is defining also piloting areas for this new developments and also kind of funding for this innovation area. And that is similar things are happening also in other areas of transport, in of course sea, but also in land and in the air when we have different ongoing activities in Finland. The vision of Rolls-Royce Finland is that they will have a fully or partly or almost fully automated ship operating between Finland and Sweden by the end of this decade. So it is very bold vision and very I mean it's visible that can happen, but many different technologies and different things have to happen before it's reality. So Finland has in that particular area unmanned vessels. We have world-class marine technologies and also world-class ICT technologies, and they will come nicely together in this kind of vision, and that is exactly important when defining that kind of future area. Finland is a small nation, and it is easy to negotiate and create platforms. No wonder why Rolls-Royce, for example, decided to concentrate their R&D in that particular area, unmanned vessel in Finland. So we think that Finland can be, and that's why being small is a key issue here, that Finland can be a fast-moving country to make this kind of things happen. So we can provide world's best testing and piloting environment, and also we can be kind of the trendsetter in some of the lead market development when going forward. Our technology base was laid already when developing GSM in Finland, but now we have taken, of course, big steps when defining now 5G and being one of the key kind of players there. So we have here probably most comprehensive 5G test networks and also ecosystem around it. And then, as said, that 5G test network itself, that can provide excellent piloting and testing environment for IoT-related solutions, as is seen now, where low latency and time-critical applications are needed. The challenge is how to combine technology with the new digital platforms. And here, being in Oulu, you will hear about Hilla project. It is a new cooperation ecosystem which challenges kind of the old-fashioned cooperation models, and that is also one of the key issues, how these different kind of capabilities come together. Also in Finland, what is needed in this kind of developments is that we have very active startup ecosystem. And one demonstration is that annual Slush event in Helsinki in November, where about 20,000 people coming together and different parts of the world, and meeting place is in startup world, Helsinki in November. In Oulu there is a startup weekend in February, what is another very interesting startup event annually. When thinking about this collaboration, so governments, as said, Finland is an excellent place to drive new developments, so we are ready for it, but we need, of course, all the others as well. It is an international collaboration, what is very, very key when defining something new. And they all have, like EU, have their role in digitalization domain. And now the challenge is that how to use these rising new technologies in new platforms. So we both, Finland and here in North and European Commission, we are building new tools and know-how to accelerate growth and boost the European competitiveness. So let's create and do it together. And let's build more partnerships, no walls between us. So ladies and gentlemen, we are living interesting times, and this digital transformation again is shaping our world and our future dramatically. So we have huge possibilities. Some people look at it as a threat, but I see that as huge possibilities, and specifically working together, trying out new things, and really being not afraid of the change. So we must think out of the box, definitely, and then also joining talents and coming together, solving issues, running and driving new things. So with this, I wish you all very inspiring conference days, and enjoy. Thank you.
So, questions to Mr. Soini? No questions. You are very... Throw him the mic. So we are using a Finnish innovation mic that you can throw.
Yeah. Yeah, Tekes has funded that innovation.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah, just a quick question. Basically, perhaps most of the audience has the same. The 6G part there. Can you please hint to what 6G?
Excuse me, which?
There's a 6G mentioned there,
Yeah.
and I was itching to ask this question. So
Yeah, exactly. Hey, that's a big secret, you know. That's almost ready. You know, You know, the thing is that 5G, it doesn't stop in 5G. So there will be 6G and 7G, believe it or not. So you know that was just a demonstration that doesn't stop. Connectivity, kind of radio technologies and platforms don't stop in 5G.
All right.
So,
Thank you.
Pekka, I would like to ask you something. Since you know Oulu for many, many years' time and have some history also in Oulu, please tell the audience why Oulu is unique spot for ICT development from your perspective.
all right, you know, I was studying here and also I was working here with Nokia, you know, Nokia base station factory, what is still there. In Oulu. You know, radio technology has, of course, long history in terms of the capabilities in university and also companies here. And this Oulu center of Nokia development in base stations in infra side, but also in device side, was boosting that development very, very strongly. And then when Nokia handset business went down, that freed up. I mean, first of all, that was a catastrophic situation for city of Oulu, but that freed up a lot of talents. And this talent base went to different startups. They decided and defined their own startups and also other companies and also other industries. So I would say that that is a boost for this widespread kind of capability development that when Nokia reduced or kind of stopped their handset business, it's, you know, it was probably kind of good thing for Oulu because now you have much wider plethora of companies who are dealing and doing and again kind of developing these ICT technologies further. But that wide talent base is one of the key issues and very good collaboration with university there as well.
I would like to add to that that the law of small numbers also is important in Oulu. Oulu is a city of 200,000 people, and we have out of these 200,000 people, 20,000 work in ICT field, which is about 1/3 of whole workforce in city of Oulu. So it's not bad to be small. Everybody loves technology in Oulu. So thank you again, Pekka.
All right, thank you.
Our next speaker is Piers O'Donoghue, Director, EU Commission DG Connect and also EuCNC General Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. So it is my turn on behalf of the European Commission and as co-chair, general co-chair, to welcome you to this conference. And now what I'd like to do is to take the perspective and widen it to all of the European Union. We've heard a lot about Finland, the capacity and the leadership role that Finland can and does play, even the role of Oulu, which is great because we need to extend and use and leverage that kind of expertise, that dynamism in 5G and other technologies for the benefit of the European economy as a whole. So it's really my role, first of all, to put what we are talking about all this week in the EU policy context. We all have the same objective, which is a coordinated and rapid development of 5G technologies and the rollout of that package of technologies for development. So whereas the technology comes from places like Oulu, those are the ICT hotbeds. This whole policy is not about the ICT sector. 5G and 5G policy is about all sectors of the economy. It's about sectors of the economy that don't associate themselves with tech in the first place. That is the way that we will develop the European economy and society going forward. So to talk about that, I'm going to briefly hit a number of the points which actually the Minister herself mentioned. I will be talking about our work on spectrum, on standards, what's happening on trials and on testing, as well as a little mention to the international cooperation. We must keep this in the global context. And finally, just I will spend a little bit of time talking about the work that we are doing with many of you here in this room with regard to research and development, research and innovation in the technologies that make up 5G and the latest developments in that regard. So first of all, just the surrounding policy context. The DSM, what is that? That's the Digital Single Market Policy, which this new commission, or it's no longer new, but which they introduced 2 years ago, and which frames all of the work that we do, going back to the very basis of the European Union's objectives for its citizens, which is develop the economy, develop society, ensure that there is growth, but ensure that that growth is benefiting all. And in that, we have a series of policies, pillars supporting the digital single market, and a vision for the development of industry and the development of different sectors, which in one particular instance was brought together in what we call the connectivity package, where we made proposals about spectrum, we made proposals about telecoms regulation, but specifically we also had a 5G action plan, which sought to bring together some very ambitious targets for a way of working together to deliver 5G. And alongside that, we have a close cooperation with industry, who are key partners, because we did not want to make the mistake of believing that policy initiatives, regulation or deregulation for that matter, would somehow drive this process. What drives the process is innovation, research and development, and the full involvement in a coordinated manner by industrial partners across the industry and value chain. So we have a public-private partnership. That means that an industry association, which is represented here this week, drives a lot of the research agenda, organizes itself to ensure that it is properly run and that the results are delivered. It focuses on all areas of the 5G ecosystem, on the technologies, the systems, the applications, and then also makes recommendations, as well as being a key partner in the standardization process. So before I just talk about what we are going to do with regard to those policy areas I mentioned, spectrum, trials, etc., just a quick snapshot of what industry thought or thinks about this, because we already saw, and again, this is why I say that industry and the drivers, the actors in the economy are so important. What were their plans with regard to deployment? And we saw that already that there were plans with regard to investment, CapEx budget, starting already, and it has already started from before this year, but peaking in the period 2019 to 2022. So that means that people are ready to spend money to invest in the technology, in the development of equipment, in the development of components. But of course, they need to have certain clear guidance, particularly with regard to standards, but also with regard to spectrum. In regard to companies that would actually be the drivers of the deployment, again, we see a very good match where catching up and carrying on from the investment in equipment and in development, we would then see rollout with regard to different sectors, with regard to the different network technologies, and then finally the offering of commercial 5G services. So already industry is setting a pace, and we needed to, in that context, catch up with regard to the, as I would say, what I would call the policy inputs. I'm going too fast. And therefore, one of the first things that we did was to set out our view of what would be the roadmap for testing, trial, and development. And of course, we said already that we wanted to see selected areas becoming the first test areas in 2018 already, which is very challenging when you think about the standardization timetable. But certainly our key target was that by 2020 that we would have the commercial launch of services. And that would manifest itself, we hope, in every member state of the European Union with at least one major city. At the same time, we would see, we hope, the development of corridors and communications links as part of the rollout from 2020 and onwards, so that by 2025 we would have 5G in all major urban areas, along all major transport paths, and that rollout would quickly be developing into the areas which are less populated, which of course have always been more challenging, but where an aggressive rollout, coordinated but also coinciding, would drive down costs significantly from an early stage and actually become a virtuous circle with regard to that to that rollout. So our role, our approach is to put the framework conditions in place, the framework conditions from deployment, and once again, that is something which depends on things such as spectrum. So in the 5G action plan and in the connectivity package in general, the European Commission paid quite a lot of attention to spectrum. We have identified what we are calling, and others of course, they've all been referred to, as the pioneer bands. And here it's very important to stress that we need to have coordination at European and global level so that industry will know what it is building for, so that we will then have a commonality of approaches, and also we will share and spread out the cost, and that more quickly will equipment become available in this, as I said, virtuous circle of deployment. So the bands that have already been identified include the 700 megahertz band. Finland was one of the pioneers in liberalizing that band, despite your problems of coordination with large neighbors to the east. And that is something which is now standard. It has now been harmonized, or is in the path to be harmonized across the European Union. The key band, as the minister said, is the 3.6 band for early deployment. And here again, we have an ongoing review of the existing regulation, and we hope that we will have refarming of other applications so that that band will be fully available by 2019. And then, of course, we have the higher bands, which have also been referred to. That is work in progress. There's more international cooperation required in terms, again, of ensuring that there are similarities in the bands that are being used globally and certainly at the European Union level. The WRC in 2019 will be a key milestone in that regard, but of course we must push ahead already with the work that is going on. And then another of the key framework elements is with regard to standards, which is, as many of you know, is happening largely in the 3GPP. And I think that the key date here is that by the middle of next year, we expect to have the NR, the new radio standard for standalone operation. But that is critical for the development and the finalization of some of the equipment and some of the technology that is required. But the Commission would stress that the work does not stop there. And unlike some of our international partners, by the way, who seem to see 5G simply as 4G on speed, which, as we've already heard today with the talk about the sectors and the platforms, it is not. So whatever about what 6G will be compared to 5G, 5G is definitely something different from 4G. It is an integrated platform approach in our view, which brings together a number of technologies. And that is why, while of course the 5G standard has to be backwards compatible to a certain extent, the most important thing is that it can add on and take with it the extra and other technologies, particularly in the IoT area, so that we have this integrated, cohesive approach to what is the most important communications networking development in many years. So we are primarily targeting broadband access, but that is not all. It must also take account of the large amounts of data that could be on low data rate networks coming from IoT devices, etc. I won't go into any more details. I know that they will be the subject of some discussion in the next few days. So as well as standards, of course, then we have trials. And here again, it is very important in places like Oulu in Finland that from the 2018 starting date that you are in the lead with regard to trials. But we must take the other regions of Europe with us, and we must all be able to learn from the trials and testing that has been done. So the 5G action plan announced specific targets, and it also explained the process for validation of technologies, how this should actually be used, how the trials, everyone can learn from the trials, and also the trials will be a means of fostering partnership. So one of the areas where we are particularly working on, we're also doing work in the data economy and on data transfer, access, and ownership. This is all an integrated approach. So for example, in connected driving, we are developing with, of course, member states and with, even more importantly, with the industries that are directly concerned, trial corridors for connected and autonomous driving, which will aim to develop to full use of 5G in the deployment and actual use of autonomous driving, but also in the first instance, connected driving. So industry has been playing its part. At the Mobile World Congress, they announced their strategy, and in the most recent meeting of the industry associations internationally in Tokyo a few weeks ago, the trial roadmap for Europe was announced, and that is a very important development. They have to be coordinated, but we also in Europe must have the ambition to take a lead. But in that, now I'm not going to go through all of this slide, but it's to say that of course it has to be in the international context. As I said, just 3 weeks ago there was the most recent meeting of the 5G high-level meetings, where the industry associations from the different regions of the world discuss specific issues, but also their ambitions and plans with regard to testing and rollout. Europe, the European Union, is fully plugged into that. The industry association, which is our partner in the public-private partnership, has memoranda of understanding with several of their international partners. And that means that we can learn from, benefit, but also work with partners from other regions. It also helps us to understand some of the different interests that do push 5G standardization and spectrum regulation in different directions, so that we can actually anticipate, for example, the ongoing discussion about the difference between the 26 gigahertz and the 28 gigahertz bands, in which we have a very particular view. Others are favouring a slightly different flavour, and we must seek to reconcile those differences while also asserting Europe's technology vision. Now, just as I said, I wanted to mention very briefly the work that we are doing in research, which is the launch of the next phase of the PPP. Some of the projects are right here from our phase 2 call for proposals, which was then evaluated and has now been announced. And that has generated a further set of impressive projects as a result of the calls that have been carried out. And we're very proud to launch them here in CNC, which is the showcase. So there will be special sessions on Wednesday and Thursday, and my colleagues will give you more information about that. But without going into too much detail, just look at the 3 parts to our work in research as visible in the phase 2. There is, of course, the core research and innovation area, as one would expect. But we also have innovation actions which are linked to the trials and testing, but also in terms of leveraging the technologies with regard to their applications in given sectors and in downstream applications. And then we have coordination and support actions, smaller in scale, of course, but they actually represent a very important glue in the work that we do to make sure that there is cooperation, that elements and partners in the different projects know what else is going on and work with one another, and also that there is integration of results so that we are benefiting fully from the investment of European Union taxpayers' money into this important development. So what has this given us? 24 new projects where we are happy to see that we have a strong element of what we are calling, probably wrongly, the verticals. I'm sure the industries involved don't like being called that, but these are the sectors of the economy where 5G will be rolled out, which will be drivers, demand-side application of the 5G technology. Also in areas where we had weaknesses in the first phase, we have managed, or rather the partners making proposals have managed to fill those in satellite, in optical, etc. And then now we see the first moves towards software networks and cloudified networks, which is very important to fully integrate all of the technologies, including edge computing, etc., that will make up the 5G platform. Something that is very important for the Commission is, while of course major industrial partners are a key leader and play a very important role and have already done so in the opening phases of the 5G PPP, nevertheless, what is crucial for us is to have a higher proportion of SMEs becoming involved, not just startups in the sense that we talk about a lot, but SMEs with targeted applications, perhaps working in some of the sectors, because they will become relays and they will become part of the growth vector for 5G. So, as well as the SMEs, the other very positive takeaway is that 2/3 of the new beneficiaries, of the beneficiaries in phase 2 are new to the PPP, which means that we are bringing more partners into this ecosystem, and therefore we are seeking to achieve one of our objectives, which is to expand and relay the development of 5G across a whole series of sectors and partners. So we're moving and working towards phase 3. Again, there will be some discussion about that. But in terms of what I wanted just to emphasize is that, of course, we have, as I've said, for example, work on 5G connected cars using corridors. There is work in a number of sectors, trials and validation in different sectors such as agriculture, in health, and of course in manufacturing. And there could be many more. But it is very important that from the start, the verifications, the trials, etc., have a serious grounding in what I would call the economic reality. Because by doing that from the start, we will not have the significant time lag that we had, for example, with 4G, which looked great in the lab, but somebody forgot to think about the application, somebody forgot about the cost of rollout. So this is something where we want to learn from mistakes in the past. We want to ensure that we also review what we are doing, and at the same time that we prepare for the next round of research and innovation, which is coming in terms of not just the last spending round of this Horizon 2020 research framework, which many of you are familiar with, but looking forward to the next framework, what we call in bureaucratese in Brussels, the multi-annual financial framework. What that means for you is what comes after Horizon 2020. What will be the strategic objectives, first of all, of the European Union as a whole, and how will that translate into research and development and innovation work, particularly in 5G, in network technologies, and in communications. So there, we are very much open to suggestions. We need to understand what it is that others want to achieve. We need the views of national administrations, but we, of course, need the views of the academic and research community as well as industry. So this is an ongoing open call for you, please, to do thinking about where should European research, particularly in this field, be going over the next 7 years. Then, going beyond that, let me just complete my presentation by just a few points with regard to moving forward. The Minister spoke very clearly about the need for flexibility in regard to spectrum. The European Commission, as I said in its connectivity package, made proposals about spectrum. And just as we need flexibility, we mustn't get into this regulation versus deregulation trap, which has already happened once this morning, in thinking that what we have now is a perfect situation. At the moment, spectrum is regulated by 28 different national regulators who very much are powers to themselves. And to think that somehow if we were to have a European Union approach, we would be making that more rigid is a fallacy. What the European Union is proposing is that we have greater cooperation, greater partnership, which the Minister referred to, in order to ensure that our spectrum coordination is coherent with what industry needs, with what the 5G partners tell us is required, and to give European Union the critical mass to take a lead in this next generation of communications. So in this area, it is not the case that regulation is bad, because our regulation is seeking to break down barriers between highly regulated regulators in 28 different member states. And that's something which I really need to emphasize as we talk about spectrum. We cannot have a serious discussion, look at our international partners eye to eye, if we are not actually working together on spectrum, ensuring that we have stability for those who pay for licenses, for those who invest significantly in the next generation of communications networks. So there are a series of other actions as well moving forward. Obviously, research is at the core, but now we must also look to moving to the innovation, the rollout phase, which is why the trials are so important. And the preparations for the next framework, which will see a more mature market, which may, of course, also now be looking to 6G, as we have said. That is something where your input is vital. Again, the Commission wants to ensure that we act as a relay for what the real experts think in these matters. So we have full political support for the rollout of European 5G. We have support and understanding of its importance for European economy, but now we need to ensure that we are properly working together in order to deliver that vision. So I would like to leave you with those thoughts. And one last shameless piece of advertising is that this discussion will continue in a couple of weeks' time at a conference in Brussels, which is on the 28th and 29th of June. It's Net Futures. Please go onto our website to see, where this discussion about 5G will continue, but we will also be putting it in the context of the wider picture, specifically and particularly with regard to IoT, and even bigger still, the vision which we must have on the basis of what these technologies are bringing us with regard to the next generation internet, which will be crucially important, and where if we get it right on IoT in Europe, if we get it right on 5G, Europe will be in a position to lead in what will be the next generation of technologies for economy and society. So I hope I haven't been too long. Thank you very much for your attention.
Now, since we are all after Commission projects, there must be plenty of questions now in the audience. What did you do last night? Everybody's so silent. So, Luis.
Hello. You discussed a little bit the vision of Europe compared with other regions in the world, and you said that it's not all about speed. So how do you compare the integration of the vertical sectors in 5G in Europe compared with North America and also Asia Pacific?
Well, I would be honest to answer your question by saying I don't think you can compare them, because I don't think that that is happening in the United States. I don't think that that vision exists. So yes, you're quite right that in Europe we see this as a platform which is providing a network communications environment which then the different sectors, the verticals, can plug in, can benefit fully from that network, while of course having certain technologies and certain services that are adapted to their needs. So speed or bandwidth is of course important for a number of those, and if we talk about mobility and connected driving, we know about latency, etc., etc. But when we think about IoT, and in terms of volume as opposed to speed, that's something which we should take a fully integrated approach. So I mentioned already low data rate technologies. Some of them, by the way, in the bands which the minister referred to, and some of them can be in white spaces and in low spectrum bands, but all over, using shared spectrum. That integrated view of shared spectrum, unlicensed spectrum, low rate technologies as well as high data rate, low latency technologies, that does compare. I'm not going to name the other partners, but there are differences. For example, we don't see eye to eye on with all of the regions with regards to the 26 and 28 gigahertz bands, for example. We have a very important satellite component, which is another, by the way, component of the 5G platform. And if the first thing that you do is to actually try to reuse for terrestrial communications some key bands that satellite industry uses for their earth stations, well, then you are actually contradicting yourself. So I would compare us favorably insofar as it's possible.
Other questions?
So in the 4G world, there is a unified European technology vision, but of course from the end user market perspective, it is still very much 28 distinct markets with borders and roaming. Is there a true unified end user market perspective for 5G?
Thank you. First of all, a cheap shot, but then I'll answer your question seriously. Roaming is ending the day after tomorrow. And that I didn't just make it up. On the 15th of June, roaming ends in Europe, thanks to the collaborative work of member states working with the Commission over a number of years. The operators are taking the pain, but it is happening. I noticed with some excitement when I landed yesterday evening in Helsinki Airport that I was already roaming for free, because some of the operators have actually anticipated the deadline by which they must implement roam like at home, which applies not just to voice, of course, but more importantly to data. So you are charged the same as you are at home. Now, as I said, your very serious question is that I would not claim, nor perhaps should we expect at this stage, to say that we have a unified vision either from the consumer or the user perspective. We do have quite a lot of work done and views gathered and work with some of the user industries in the verticals. And that is actually why it is so important that we continue to work with them. So we know what the transport and logistic industry want from this technology in the medium and the long term. We know some of what the medical care and healthcare sectors want. And it goes on. And this is why having a very clear manifestation of the verticals in the second phase of the 5G PPP, for example, is so important. But it also means actually talking to the industry, having these industry associations, having industry collaboration. Recently, the 5G Industry Association, that is running our PPP with us, signed a cooperative agreement with the automotive manufacturers, the automotive industry, and they have their own foundation or federation now, which means that the industries are talking directly to one to another. The suppliers are talking to the users. And that's something which we want to clearly develop. In other words, it doesn't always have to involve the European Commission. In fact, it's probably better if we just create the environment for this to happen so that the work can get on with those who actually have to implement. From a consumer point of view, I would claim even less that we have at the moment a unified vision. Speed and data is, of course, also important for some of the consumer services that are being considered. But just as important, I would put in that context the emphasis on security and safety, because that is another element of the 5G platform. It is to ensure that it is an end-to-end secure network, that we have security by design. And that is something which is very important for the European citizen, for the end user, but also creates confidence in the system and therefore actually facilitates take-up and rollout.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donoghue again. Now we move actually from opening speeches to the actual keynote presentations of this morning. As a first one, we have an honor to have Mr. Peter Vetter, who is the head of Access Lab, Nokia Bell Labs, USA. Peter.
Thank you, and I'll take the remote control from here. Thank you very much for inviting me here as a keynote speaker and for letting me share with you the vision of Bell Labs, of Nokia Bell Labs, on the Future X network and how that will be key to the next industrial revolution. The Future X as the X of the big unknown, the X of what you can replace by anything, the network of people, the network of things, the wireless network, the fixed networks, the cloud network, but also the X at the cross-section of everything, the digital fabric that will allow us to connect everything and everybody, and in order to automate everything. And why do we do that? Because what we call provocatively to create time. Now, when we think of creating time, there's basically three things that we can do. We can play with the laws of relativity, gravitation, velocity. Now, we thought that's not very practical. We can also think of the fountain of youth, the elixir of life. And we thought, okay, that's maybe the field of medicine and biology. What we really talk about here in this talk is using time more efficiently. And humanity has been very good at creating tools to save time, to bridge distances, to produce more things per unit of time. Transportation, the wheel, transportation with flight is basically doing larger distance in units of time. The printing press was an important invention to create more copies than the monks could do by writing. Or also the telescope is a way of seeing things at a distance without the need to travel there. So tools to enhance our physical abilities and in this way save time. Now in more recent history, we've also created tools that help our intellectual capabilities, our capability to discover things, to discover information, to rapidly find out about family and friends, to find music, books, and what have you. Again, increasing the speed of discovering things in order to save time. Now you can wonder whether Facebook was really about saving time or maybe also again wasting time. But it's in a way it is we have created tools to save time and then we can choose with that time that we created to waste it. Now, how do we look forward in the future? And looking forward to the future, science fiction is actually a very good source of inspiration. I grew up with Star Trek, people of my generation, and for instance, the replicator in Star Trek, the communicator, is actually a very good prediction of what today's cell phones are. Also, the holodeck was actually a very good prediction of what virtual reality experiences are today. Or the replicator, well, if you think of it, this is the 3D printer that we have today. So tools that allow us to reduce distance, to avoid waste of energy, and to more efficiently use time. Now there's other things in Star Trek that we haven't quite reached yet, like the transporter. I wouldn't trust the networks today to get dissolved and be reconstructed somewhere else. But maybe we don't need the beaming technology. Maybe we can replicate the environment, the virtual reality, not just visual, but all the sensory inputs, and in this way have that experience of being teletransported. Also the tricorder, you know, that device that you could scan a person, do a medical analysis and make a recommendation on how to cure. Well, actually, the medical industry, together with our industry, is working on wearables and data analytics to improve healthcare. So we're kind of getting there, again, with the goal of reducing distance, enhancing knowledge, and in this way, saving time. So going forward from here, what we really want is the physical world interfacing with the digital world. And in that digital world, then we can have data analytics that creates a better model, a better understanding of the world, and then also provide control actions and recommendations on how to more efficiently use our time and avoid waste. So we are actually saying that we are at the brink of a new technological revolution. And scientists in the economics and social sciences, they have a clear definition for the technological revolution. There first needs to be a technological invention, but there also needs to be a connectiveness between the systems so that we can mutually benefit from that new technological invention. And then that invention also has to have an impact on the economy and on the society at large. And then we speak about a technological revolution. So if we look at past technological revolutions, for instance, the first industrial revolution, clearly there was the invention of steam, the invention of iron, and the interconnectedness was through new transportation systems like railway systems, steamships, and what have you. Half a decade later, there is the second industrial revolution, the invention of steel, the invention of petrochemistry, new transportation means, but also new ways of distributing energy through the power grid, and saving time by communicating at distance, the invention of the telephony network. Forward into the middle of the past century, the invention of the transistor in the scientific technological revolution that enabled digital processing, that enabled new digital communication networks, which were an important foundry for the information revolution. The invention of the web, the invention of the cloud, the invention of mobile communication, and the interconnection that was provided by the internet and the broadband network. And what we're saying is that actually the information revolution is really just a precursor to what is really going to be the real technological revolution, the automation of everything. The automation of everything that will be enabled by digital interfaces, the interconnection with the physical world and digital world, and data analytics, and the interconnection that will happen through what we call the Future X network, the cloud integrated network that will enable the interconnection and the data analytics embedded in that cloud integrated network. Now, in order to prove that we're truly at something disruptive, there's an exponential effect here, and the parameter that we use to measure this is the traffic exchanged on the internet. My colleagues at Bell Labs Consulting have done an analysis of the traffic over the internet over the past 25 years, and in order to understand what is happening, they've chopped it up in chunks of 5 years, and they've zoomed out the scale, and so there's different scales for each of those 25-year segments. And in the beginning of the internet, it was about finding information on the web through, maybe some of you still remember Mosaic or Netscape. You had to type in the URL and away if you made a mistake. The search engine in the next 5 years came to rescue, Yahoo first, and then and others, and then mainly Google, that helped us to find information more rapidly, more efficiently. A boost of the traffic. After that, people found out that it's not only about exchanging information, you can also exchange music or video. In the beginning, it was illegal through BitTorrent and Napster. People also found out that you could sell physical goods via the internet through eBay. So that again gave an increase of traffic over the internet. The next 5 years is what I would say a more professional way of doing these things. Netflix, YouTube, iTunes, and also the digitization of books with Amazon, and also new ways of sharing personal content through social networks, Facebook, Twitter. And I would reckon that the next 5 years are actually more of the same. But the difference is that until then, 2010, most of these things were done over the PC. The next 5 years, we saw the emergence of smartphones, of iPads, different devices that again accelerated the use of the internet. So how do we go from there? All these applications were very consumer driven. And we leave it at that with more user-generated content, higher resolution. We get a multiplication of, say, a factor 2.5. That's the dotted line at the bottom. We, however, say that if we include in that picture the Internet of Things, then that traffic increase will go up by a factor of 2. An important point that we want to make here is that the consumer is more of an evolution extrapolation, whereas that future Internet of Things is really enterprise-driven revolution. And people are surprised at first when we say that, because when you think Internet of Things and cars, it's the end user that benefits of that. Yes, that's true, but it's only when there are platforms, when there's an industry behind it that creates value that the user can benefit and that the user is ready to pay for, that this revolution will truly happen. So an enterprise-driven revolution. So we are not the only ones saying that. For instance, there's a study of McKinsey that looked at the future opportunity of automation, the future in 2025. It turns out that there's quite a large variation, but it turns out that there's an opportunity of more than $1 trillion, even up to $11 trillion. Now, to put that in perspective, our current industry, the size of the mobile industry, is 1 trillion. There's an enormous opportunity there if you compare that. And even if you isolate of that, and we did the analysis, what does this automation evolution mean for the network part? Well, the network part of that is 1 trillion. So we basically, by embracing this evolution as an industry, we double the size of our potential market. So, and there's automation in factories, there's automation in smart cities, there's automation in transportation. And yes, for residentials, there's also automation in homes, and there's for humans the digital healthcare and the likes. So, but in order to automate the future world, there's basically four building blocks that we need to consider. One, there is the sensing of the world, a sensory nervous system. Two, we need to be able to understand that world, somehow take autonomously actions or anticipate action, and then actuate. Either actuate with, that's the third bullet there, act with a human in the loop at a distance. For instance, you want to avoid the transportation to doing a complex task somewhere else on this planet, or to actuate things because the place is too hazardous. And then the fourth circle at the bottom right is the full automation through robots, autonomous driving, autonomous flying, and autonomous boats, as we heard earlier on. So it's interesting to understand what are the limitations of each of these building blocks. So the sensory nervous system is really about, we'll have sensors, billions of them, sensors that have battery lives of 10 years or more, that will be dropped and forgotten, and that will be connected by our future network. Preferably with low latency, so that we can have instant response times in understanding the world and then also in acting to it. So the other limitation will be speed of light. Then we need to understand that world. Understanding the world is really through artificial intelligence, through data analytics, through inference. And a lot of progress has been made, but further progress is needed in that field. But ultimately, it comes down to the processing engines that will enable these kind of analytics. So in the end, it's all about the limitations of Moore's law. Then the intervention, the acting of a human in the loop is really limited by the response times that you can achieve. Human response times to the conscious brain of 100 milliseconds, but more and more also about haptic feedback and reflexes, response times of humans that are in the order of 10 milliseconds. And then it's all about then the haptics and also the virtual reality, the augmented reality that you can create around it. And then the full automation of things, the actuation, there the limits are really the engineering, the physics of the systems that we are creating, the servo engines of the robots and what have you. So that means we want to do all these things very accurately, with high precision, at speed, at scale, but also in a safe and secure way. That very much means that the network that interconnects all this needs to operate with high bandwidth, high latency, with security, and at scale. Now, I especially, these criteria, we've been working on them for a long time, but I especially want to emphasize the low latency, which will be one of the key enablers of the future 5G network and an important requirement in that future of automation. Let me first make that point when it comes to humans that are using the network. And so here are a number of applications, and in the middle you see a human response, the sprint start in the black line. And after the pistol shot, the speed that the human reacts is about 120 milliseconds. Now, I cannot do that. A blink of an eye is also about 100 milliseconds. I can do that. But what these 100 milliseconds mean is really the time between, for instance, seeing an image and the time for the conscious brain to perceive it. Also, voice networks have been designed for latencies of 100 milliseconds. 150 milliseconds was the round trip time that you could allow. So basically for most of these applications where a human was in the loop, we had networks designed with 100 millisecond latency. Now, thinking of speed of light over fiber, 100 milliseconds, and there's a little diagram on the right-hand side there, 100 milliseconds round trip time basically means 10,000 kilometers. So you could allow for servers that are 1,000 kilometers away, and you would not perceive any latency as a human. Now, more recently, if it comes to haptic feedback and reflexes, 10 milliseconds become important. There's a very important reflex. It's called the vestibular ocular reflex. And what does that do? I can be focused on one point, turn my head, but my eyes remain focused on one point. There's a part in the brain, the reflex, vestibular ocular reflex part of the brain, that does the calculation, that does the inversion to move my eyes in the opposite direction of my head. And why is that important? That's important, for instance, for virtual reality, augmented reality. If the goggles and the headset, if the image doesn't follow within 7 milliseconds, it basically means that you have this nauseic motion sickness. So it's very important if you want augmented reality for your future acting at a distance, that you get these low latencies right. And we start building networks with these low latencies in mind, not only for the applications, but also for network functions. When we talk about Cloud Run or vRun, we basically talk about latencies in the order of hundreds of microseconds. 1 millisecond latency in the network round trip time means 100 kilometers distance. So we're talking about functionality embedded in what is today central offices, 100 kilometers away from end users, or less. So this is with the human in the loop. I'll make that point in a different way also with machines. In factories where robots are moving around, where robot arms are moving at a speed of, say, a meter per second, which is not fast, you want to have precisions of a millimeter. Now, if you want a precision of a millimeter, it basically means that you need control loops of less than a millisecond. The other example already given in earlier talks is autonomous driving. Now, if you look at a typical maximum speed in Europe, 120 kilometers per hour, within a millisecond, your car has made a distance of 3 centimeters. If you rely on a conventional network that was designed, for instance, 4G has a latency of 50 milliseconds, or more generally speaking, end-to-end 100 milliseconds, then we talk about 3 meters, so half a car length. Now, if you have an important action on the car, the difference between a 4G or a 5G network is half a car length and can be the difference between life and death. So another way of looking at the importance of delays and short latencies in networks. We all know from our college course, basics in control theory, if you insert delays in your control loop, you basically create, when you apply a step function, oscillations in the transient, ringing. Or if the delay really becomes long, you get instabilities, and all that creates uncertainty over the location and position. So again, low latencies as enabled by future 5G networks in the order of milliseconds will be crucial if we want to have cloud-controlled automation. And why do we want network-controlled automation? Because we will have in future machines that cooperate with each other and perform complex tasks. Now, something that we as what we all are consumers can perceive very well are autonomous cars. Of course, an autonomous car can perceive its immediate periphery, and it can react to sensory inputs, LiDAR, and brake. Of course it will do that. But if you have a wireless network that provide the car with more information, you can do more complex things like coordinated driving in a platoon, for instance. In order to have a more efficient use of the road, you have trucks that are driving in a sequence. You need only one driver or maybe no driver. You benefit from a smaller drag and in this way more energy efficient driving. If you have a networked information, you can include not only the information of the immediate periphery, you can include the information of the car that is driving at the head of the platoon, you can include camera information, you can include radar information. And again, The difference between a 5G network, 1 millisecond, and a 4G network is half a car length. You can have these cars or trucks drive closer to each other in a safe way. Also in an industrial environment, automation for instance, take as an example a welding machine, you need precisions of 10 microseconds. And not only location, but for a good quality welding, you need a very good control of the speed also. Also, the robot arms need to move at a very accurate position. And they're sometimes composed of very complex systems with many segments. And so the accumulation of this inaccuracy can have important impacts on the end point of the robot arm. And there are already industrial protocols that take care of this over a wired network, protocols like CERCOS that have a latency of a millisecond. Now, imagine a future with 5G technology where you can do this over a wireless network and that you have then more flexibility on your factory floor to move those robots around and have a more efficient operation. In the interest of time, I will not dwell too much on this aspect, but it's also important to have accurate positioning systems that will enable new applications in warehouses, in logistics, in supply chains, in transportation, or also in the industrial factory automation. So having a future 5G network with millisecond latencies allows you for new applications like industrial robots, like cooperative collision avoidance of cars and trucks, like 3D printing, but also 3D printing as in automated constructions, outdoor, or cooperative robot control, cooperative swarms of drones that are performing complex tasks, or also enabling acting at a distance, for instance, in hazardous places. This leads us to the vision of a new network architecture. For 100 years, we have been building networks with the human to human and human to machine latencies in mind of 100 milliseconds. And it was okay to have servers in the center of the network, cloud infrastructure in the center of the network, 100 milliseconds away from the end devices, and they were interconnected by a high-capacity IP network and then a broadband access network towards these devices. And the devices were actually a limited set of devices, PCs, smartphones, iPads, and that's about it. Devices that consumed about 10 megabit per second, that have a battery lifetime of 1 day, and that was all okay for the human to the machine and human to human communication. Now, after these 100 years, we will see a 100x shift. Instead of the 10 billion devices that we see today, we will have 1 trillion devices, 100 times more devices. Sensors that have battery lifetimes of 10 years, drop and forget. Some of these devices will consume 100 times more traffic and bandwidth, up to a gigabit per second. And they will be very cheap. $1 per device. So a 100x shift, and a very important shift, the 100 times faster latency that is required of a millisecond. That means that these compute resources from the core cloud will be distributed to the edge, and the compute resources together with the network functionality and the broadband access functionality will be merged into what we call the edge cloud. The edge cloud that is 100 kilometers or less away from those end devices. So looking at how that network, future edge network, looks in more detail, we have defined 8 domains where we as an industry need to invest research and development in. The first domain is a very obvious one to this community. It's the massive scale access provided by wireless short reach drop indoor, less than 10 meters, outdoor, less than 100 meters, and then long wires that connect these wireless access points to the converged edge cloud that I talked about before. The converged edge cloud where we embed in a programmable way network functionality, but also these latency critical applications. These edge clouds are then interconnected through a smart optical network fabric. Smart because it needs to dynamically adapt to changes in demand. Above that, we then have all the core functionality. The core functionality that allows us to do subscriber management, mobility management, policy management, quality of service. And since this network has different resources, compute resources, storage resources, and network resources, we need an operating system that allows us for simultaneous use and rapid installation of new applications. Just like a smartphone has a network, has an operating system, the network will also have a network operating system to enable and facilitate the programming. Now, this network operating system will be enhanced by cognitive data analytics. Cognitive data analytics in domain 6 that will allow us to better understand what's happening in the network, what the users want, to anticipate traffic demand, changes in demand, fault anticipation, but also cognitive systems that we can expose to users of the network as a value platform in domain 7. So digital value platforms are really exposing the capability of that cloud integrated network infrastructure to users like communication service providers, but also verticals. And then embracing all that security, absolutely important at all of these layers. Security in the subscriber management and the core functions, security in how the network is operated, that cannot be hacked, security in the cognitive systems, trusting what that cognitive system is telling you, and then also security as a digital value that can be exposed to the ultimate users, the providers that are making use of that infrastructure. So coming to the summary, so the Future X network is really the key enabler for the next industrial revolution. The next industrial revolution that will be the automation of everything thanks to that digital network fabric. And as Bell Labs, we have written down our vision of that Future X network, and allow me also a little advertisements in a book, The Future X Network. You can go find it out on Amazon, where we have laid out the principles of that Future X network architecture. Thank you for your attention.
Now questions to Peter.
Good catch.
Thank you. Thank you for a very interesting talk. You were talking about saving time, and we often talk about creation of time. A, what are we going to use that time for? And B, we always are looking for more time, and yet we all seem to be more busy. So how does that fit together?
Yeah. So there was a slide that I dropped because I was told that I need to be faster. But humans, what we are trying to do is, if you look at the hierarchy of human needs, there's Maslow's hierarchy, right? I mean, very mundane things like eat, food, sleep. Then there's security, defending your turf. There is learning, self-actualization, aesthetics, and ultimately helping others. What we're trying to do is increasingly save time in the lower layers, producing, transportation, whatnot, to create more time in those upper human needs, ability to learn, spending time on aesthetics, helping each other, spending time with the family. So that's basically the way we think of this.
Other questions?
So on the IoT devices, you sort of suggested they were sort of drop and forget, 10 years battery life, and then some might be really low latency in terms of response and gigabit bandwidth. So that seems to cover quite a range of different kind of things and costs and types. So I wondered how you feel that's going to be made up.
Yeah, obviously there's a whole spectrum of things, and I kind of provocatively lumped that all together. Indeed, there's low battery, long lifetime sensors that only need to sense a few bits of information every few days. And then there's the other end of the spectrum, and they will probably need more battery than those small devices that indeed consume large capacities, like virtual reality headsets that really will, if you use the human accuracy of vision and the angle of vision, you will need in the order of a gigabit per second to make that experience a reality. So there's a whole spectrum, and I think that is the beauty also of 5G, that it will be able to cover that large diversity of requirements.
Other questions? I have one quick question. As we know, Bell Labs is very active doing research on quantum computers, quantum communications even. How long you foresee that current computing paradigm is enough to solve the future industrial revolution needs? When do we need to really step into quantum computer era? What is your personal thinking to that?
Okay, so we indeed perform research on quantum computing, and quantum computing will help us to do kind of computations that actually today's binary computers are not very good at, and will help us with encryption and decryption also we need to be aware of. I think thanks to progress in IC technology, we still have, I would say, a decade or more ahead of us with the conventional processing capabilities. That's one. I think also what is a big enabler is the cloud infrastructure, where we can basically scale compute capabilities. And in that infrastructure, it will be more and more not only general purpose compute capabilities, but specialized compute capabilities, as we've already seen for graphical rendering, as we see for digital signal processing, as now we see increasingly also for data analytic, TensorFlow processors and what have you. So I think there's a long way still for silicon with specialized compute capabilities that will enhance our way of processing the physical world through digital interfaces.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. Thank you.
The last presentation before coffee break is by Antje Williams, who is 5G program manager at Deutsche Telekom.
Sit there on the stairs. Don't you want to sit a little bit more comfortable? I mean, I promised to make it quick, but I don't know if it's so great. You really don't want to move in? All right. Just trying to... Okay. Thank you, Peter, for a very, very interesting presentation. Actually, it gives me a very good start to talk to you today about 5G. Do you realize that he just said X networks? Is that 5G now? We're 10G? 10G? Oh, yeah, that could be also. So the question is a little bit, where are we at the moment? And I would like to guide you through some of our fundamental thoughts about 5G and what 5G need to bring and where we're at right now. Yes, walking straight. I don't know if this is what we want at the end, but if you look at our networks, and I'm a little bit away now from additional platform services. I would like to have a focus on our networks and the challenges of our networks that we as an operator, as an industry, as the people in the room have to solve. If you look at this and you look at the challenges which we covered, I mean, if you look at 2G, everybody can remember first time really truly having a good voice quality, and now looking at the challenges of 5G and making 5G the right communication standards for the challenges of our world, of our future world. I mean, we hear a lot about the number of devices need to be connected and so on, and the different challenges we have. And I think Peter did extremely well on the different possibilities the network has to solve, if it's positioning or if it's anything else. Big challenge for us, right? So where are we at? What did we do? I think, Piers, you mentioned it before, all the research we did. I remember in our companies we participated on METIS in the beginning to try to describe what actually is 5G. What does have 5G to bring to us? So we did a lot of research, I think. And everybody was fascinated about network slicing and stuff like that. We did a white paper, probably known to everybody from the NGMN. I will come back to that. So saying, what does 5G solve and so on. We have seen a couple of research, and every other city basically claims at the moment to be ahead with the new test field and so on. I think there's a lot of activity, and I think we truly need that. We've seen a lot of trials. And we have at the moment pretty clear the first release in standardization, release number 15. What that brings, I will come to that. Oh, sorry. If you look at the timeline, the original timeline, they looked similar. Every timeline basically looked like this. You would say, great, done, right? So we did everything what was expected. We said from the start, 2020 is our date. At least in Europe, we said that. Yeah, 2020 we want to launch, and 2018 is a good time to be ready with the 5G standard. And basically, you will see a couple of trials before, but that's all pre-standard, so it doesn't kind of count. The question is, you look at the timeline, fine. Did we really deliver? Did we do what we promised? And I want to come to that. There was an announcement in 2014 saying we're going to have a white paper in place. And then there was a white paper in 2015. Basically all leading operators together with a lot of support from different units, from our supporters, of course, writing a white paper. I think it's 130 pages roughly, and it describes a vision. It describes not so much about the technology, more so about what are the use cases. So the big fashion word was use cases. So everybody digged into use cases. And whether it's 25, like in the white paper, or 40 or 45, I think they're quite similar at the end. It was our first attempt as an industry to actually look in other industry, which we gave it a great name, vertical, and then saying, okay, what do these industry actually need from us? We didn't discuss too much about the consumer, to be honest. We discussed more about industry partners and the challenges they might have from our understanding. And we discussed that heavily at a conference also taking place in 2015. Was it just a hype? Do we really understand? Can we support what they need from us? You remember probably the pictures. That first one is taken out of the discussion in the white paper from the NGMN. We had those use case families, we described them. When we went into the industries and started to discuss with our business partners, what do they actually need? Then I looked at us and said, you know, guys, you got to tell me. If you talk, and then we ask, okay, how many milliseconds? What do you need? And we don't exactly know. We need to achieve this and that, maybe maximum. And I think it's an approach we took, which is good. We started to discuss with our industry partners what they exactly needed. We needed to learn that we obviously have totally different languages. And it took us a while to understand, and we're probably not ready yet, to understand partly, okay, that is a real problem, and that is probably something we thought was a problem. At the end, we came up with the famous triangle, grouping again, basically use cases, this time into 3 big groups. And it might be true, it might be 3, it might be 5, doesn't matter, it might be more. But we need to look at what these vision, what we had, truly supporting other industries by more than probably just speed, how we achieve that. Our last step into that was at the Mobile World Congress this year. So what we wanted to show there was, again, the possibility of the network to support different use cases and to say to the industry as well, okay, we can, on the same network, support different use cases by a concept that is called network slicing, and that gives you the possibility to put into the network what you actually need. So we had an AR case there, and we had guaranteed low latency because we thought, okay, ultra low latency is good to have, but for the industry, it's probably more important to have something stable, always 8 milliseconds, always 20, you name it. And the last but not least thing was to have a true fixed and mobile convergence. We believe what we do today, that the customer actually has to choose every time what kind of connection they want to have, is a disaster. Yeah, we force them to learn what Wi-Fi is and what LTE is and what 3G is, whatever. What do I want as a customer is probably to have the best connection possible in that situation where I am. And why not provide that through the network? That the network recognizes which is the best network, which is the best offer I can give to the customer at the moment where he's at. That has implications, of course, also to business models, right? Because if I choose, the question is, what does the customer pay? So that's a little bit, I think it's a very interesting part, but I think that's where we go to. So we have a vision. And Peter explained much better what the vision can be. The vision was discussed broadly. And I do believe that this is a true revolution if you look at what we did so far. But now we look at what we have at the moment in release 15. Is that what we were going for? One of my colleagues said once, right in the beginning, it's all about the vertical needs. It's all about the different industries that we need to serve. If we only do 5G for the consumer, so we only do that for the speed, he wouldn't recommend it because it's extremely expensive and most likely it doesn't bring so much. Yeah. If you look at Europe, at our situation, what we have today, it's questionable. What we have at the moment is a very, very strong focus on new radio topics, which is also inspiring. I don't want to take that away. I think there are a lot of topics very, very interesting and very, very evolutionary, of course. Yeah. So we have the new radio here. With the rest of the story, the new core, there is something mentioned there. And we mention also, for instance, network slicing. But basically, we don't believe that anybody gonna implement the core that is described at the moment in the release 15 in their networks. So that's why we have that standalone new radio discussion and so on. That we believe is the situation at the moment. So why does it come? Standardization people did not understand the vision, or what is the problem now? No. It's not so easy. Yeah? And we are focused in our industry on new radio. There we have a good ecosystem. We have good standardization bodies that function. And at the end, we have an evolution here. What is missing from our perspective, and I will only scratch on those topics, is what we believe, what we need into our networks, and also needs to be standardized if it has to be used, is that I need a network in the cloud, that I need network slicing, and I need densification. I will come to that, what I exactly mean for this. But this is actually what we think is needed more than ever, that we develop. And that what we don't have at the moment. So you have a cloud architecture. We need a modularization of the network, different pieces. We need the flexibility. We need a lot of changes into our traditional core network. If it's separation of data storage and processing, you name it. Yeah, there's a lot of topics we do not have at the moment in Vision and Release 15. Network slicing is one of the probably well discussed, still not fully into standardization yet. So the idea to have different networks on different infrastructure is very appealing, because we're not able to build several networks. It's much too expensive. So network slicing is the solution for that. But we need to define what it is. How does these slices work together? How actually they are made? How do we operate the slices? How many slices can we operate? Densification. Do we really believe mobile networks can carry all this data? We do believe we need a strong densification, but we need also a fixed mobile convergence. It doesn't always have to be your own networks here. Yeah? But we believe that we need a fixed mobile convergence to make the densification happen and to make sure that the transport is taken there. So the fundamental idea, or one of the fundamental ideas, is where the traffic is produced, the closest point needs to transport all this data as much as in fiber as possible. So what is the situation? We are running a competition and we have a standardization, and thank God this time the standardization is quite global. I mean, you have always different opinions about things, of course, but if you look at how much we work together onto the standardization, I think this is, you can say we have a global standard, we're working on a global standard. But worldwide, we have probably different needs. So there are, the Asians have in 2018, 2020, a strong need to have 5G in place. Whether 2018 will be named 5G, I'm not so sure. But anyway, I think it's about ultra high capacity, and they will be able to deliver that. We have the fixed wireless discussion in the US, which is probably, it's also pre-standard, but probably in this case not so problematic. And we have other spectrum situation there and other needs due geographical differences towards Europe. So for the US, this might be a very, very good solution. We don't believe it's such a good solution for Europe. So we think actually the Europeans are made for working on the other aspects that I was just talking about. That our need is strongly to have something more than a new radio interface. And that is our chance also now to bring that in the next phase. If we didn't deliver in the release 15, but we can deliver in future releases. And this is what we actually want to call for, that we need strong industry push for exactly these topics. That we need alliances that make all the vision around 5G actually happen. That we have to work hard to achieve that. This is basically the statement that I wanted to make today. And thank you very much for your attention.
Now, there must be a lot of questions to Antje. I'm looking at Hugo.
Hi. Yes, this is provocative and interesting to hear. Start at one point. So you're looking for a cloudification of the network, which, in my take, moves the nuts and bolt knowledge of an operator, as I would understand it, to become something more of a software management company. So what is the role of an operator in the future, and who should deal with the physical gadgets that you actually do need to move information over the air? Thanks.
I mean, I think in general, the question who has which role is not finally answered today. I think we will see a lot of movements and companies trying to find their place. In our opinion, when you look at the softwareization of the network, and it will be necessary for us in order to, one is to steer the network over software, and we will have to become better in this type of softwareization, where we probably have to buy also parts. Yeah, that's what we do today. I mean, our networks is bought. So, but it will be essential for us to have a much better understanding how to steer over software than we probably have today. And when you look at the modules, when we talk about the capabilities as positioning or so on, we think we have to be much more flexible to provide it on certain locations. And that also needs edge computing and so on. So we need to be flexible in the networks where we have which capability. Because we don't think we're gonna see a deployment anymore where you have 3 milliseconds latency everywhere. We don't think this is achievable. We think we need to have it in certain areas, and therefore we need the cloudification there.
Thank you again, Antje. I think we stop here since coffee break is coming. Thank you. Small gift.
Thanks.
And before you disappear, I would like to remind about one very interesting demonstration taking place outside, right outside of the exit door. So it will be up there until 4 o'clock today. Make sure that you take a look at that as well. Thank you.
everyone. My name is Kari Leppänen. I'm the chairman of this session. And my first question actually is that is the fifth presentation going to be given, because that is missing from the machine, given by Giovanni Giambene from University of Siena. Anyone from there? Okay, so probably then that is missing. So it means that then we can have maybe a bit more relaxed timetable, hopefully. Well, I hope they don't appear. Of course, there's that risk that they come on the last possible moment. So maybe we just keep this original timetable and then have a bit more time for lunch. So the timing goes like that we the slot is 18 minutes long, and 15 minutes of that is for the presentation, and then there will be 3 minutes for questions. So if you use your whole slot for presentation, then the questions will not have any time. And I will be showing you when there's 5 minutes and I guess 2 minutes time left. So then I'll show you that, and we try to keep this really on time. Okay, so the first presentation, antenna configuration comparison in challenging NLOS locations, given by Juha Erkkilä. So please.
Line of sight signal locations. Here we have the table of contents. I will give you a brief introduction, then we have a discussion.
anna sulle ohjeita, kun mä annan sulle kysymyksen, että mistä löytyy tästä näköjään löytyy sun kalvot. Ja sitäkin voisi varmaan, sitä voi varmaan kokeillakin tästä katsomaan, että otas nyt tuolta noin. Sulla on mun mielestä eniten niinku tämmönen kontroversaalein, ja sä oot myöskin tuolla tossa järjestyksessä viimeisenä, niin mä toivon, että sä oot viimeinen. Joo. Siitä tulee eniten kysymyksiä helpoiten. Niin, kyllä. Ja sitten sulla on eniten erilainen sisältö. Joo, okei, hyvä. Joo. Joo. The plan was that as I'm moving, as I'm a host here, so I have this, but you can also have if you want. And if the Okay, it's 1 minute past scheduled starting time, so I guess we should get started. So welcome all to this afternoon panel session on spectrum for 5G. I'm Mikko Uusitalo, coming from Nokia Bell Labs Finland, leading a 5G radio research team. And one of my interest areas is spectrum, obviously. I would like to thank the conference for providing me this opportunity and the panel this opportunity. And it's great to be here in Oulu, the home place of many vibrant technologies to change the world. And 5G is sure one technology scheduled to change the world. And how will it change? So this triangle is very familiar to all of us working with 5G. So on the top we have the extreme mobile broadband, and then we have the 2 axes for machine type connectivity that are then bringing quite some change from previous generations. Whereas then this extreme mobile broadband is continuing along the same track that the previous generations have been moving. And then on this, however, then the change is quite big. So we are expecting something like 10,000 times more traffic for the extreme mobile broadband at the end part of 5G compared to the beginning of 4G. And for this kind of challenges that can be coped with densification and increased spectral efficiency, but then one needs also quite some more spectrum. And because of these very high challenges with the traffic amount, so one needs quite high bandwidths, and those one cannot find on the lower bands. Then for this massive machine communication, where the primary challenge is to have a high amount of devices with low energy consumption and low cost. So there then central thing is to reach those devices from outdoor to indoor and also have a good coverage, so their lower frequencies are very essential. Then for the ultra reliability, to guarantee to get the packets through within a certain short latency, there then due to this reliability, dedicated spectrum is of essence. Then where do we get this spectrum that we need? Also this morning you heard from the Commission about these pioneer bands from European perspective. And here this 3.4 to 3.8 gigahertz, around 3.5 is a band that provides first help with this extreme mobile broadband. And concerning this band, also outside of Europe, there is quite some amount of support. So there is good global harmonization in this area. And deployment can be based on the currently existing networks using rather similar frequencies, around 2 gigahertz. Then when planning to fully address these extreme mobile broadband challenges and needing more higher bandwidths, one needs to go to these higher frequencies. And there, from European perspective, the focus in discussion has been on this 24 to 27 gigahertz, and slightly different focus than, for example, US, Korea on 28. But those are so near each other, though, that with the common tuning range, one can get benefits from the economies of scale. And then for these lower frequencies from Europe, the focus in the pioneer band is on this 700 megahertz, which could reuse existing 900, 800 megahertz grids. Then, in addition to just getting more spectrum available, an essential thing is also to see how we could get some other types of additional spectrum available, and that could then happen via sharing. And as in 5G, there is the machine type connectivity related challenges
those often, for many verticals, those needs exist quite locally. So here then this locality is also fitting well with this spectrum sharing type of approaches. Then in case that this quality of service guarantee is not so important, so then additional capacity can also be gained from better utilization of unlicensed frequencies, like with the cellular approach, building on top of continuing multiplier towards 5G. Then more about this timeline, what has happened and what will happen. So end of last year, the industry group's specifications were realized, and then based on this, the first test and industry standard based networks are expected around latter part of this year, and then, for example, in context of the Korean Olympics, beginning of next year. Then on the standardization front, from the 3GPP release 15, enhanced mobile broadband focus for the radio specifications expected to be ready around change of this year to next. And then on the system side, middle of next year, meaning that the standard-based networks, first one of those would be ready about 1.5 years from now. So clearly before the WRC 19 to come, late 19. Then on this 3GPP track, later releases are putting more focus on this machine type connectivity and going into higher frequencies. Then to sum up this introduction for the topic, so key messages on spectrum for 5G. 5G is the first radio technology designed to operate on any frequency bands from 450 megahertz all the way up to 90 gigahertz. And for the success of 5G, availability of spectrum is of high essence to get sufficient amount of contiguous and wide and globally harmonized new frequency bands. Exclusive license spectrum is essential for providing the expected quality of service and securing investments. But then, especially for local usage, we should be looking for spectrum sharing approaches. Spectrum at lower frequencies is a baseline for 5G coverage, and then the higher frequencies can then provide help in specific use cases like high capacity dense cells. And on this spectral efficiency, what can we expect from that? So we can expect that 5G is providing around 3 times better spectral efficiency than LTE, leading to around 10 bits per second per hertz per cell. And so I gave this brief introduction to the topic on spectrum for 5G, and this will be followed by all the panelists making a 10-minute presentation each, which then leaves time in the end for some questions and interaction with the audience and inside the panel. If there is any quick question at this point, we can also take that, but let's leave majority of the discussion then to the end part. Any immediate burning questions now? No? So then we move to the next presentation. So then I would like to ask Terje Tielte to come here. Terje is a senior research scientist at Telenor Research and is also Spectrum Working Group lead. And actually, so Terje, please.
Thank you, Mikko, and good afternoon to all of you. I'm here on behalf of the 5G Infrastructure Association on the working group on 5G spectrum. Clearly, this is an organization that is the private part of the 5G PPP, and we have a growing number of members, So it's also open, just a sort of publicity for joining the association. On the spectrum for 5G, I bring here the views that we have discussed in the working group that clearly need time to be agreed. This is a group that consists of vendors or operators or SMEs or academia, and I'm happy to say we have also lots of good discussions in this working group, and then we finally come to some agreement. I'm showing you 4 messages here on spectrum. You should remember 4 things when we have ended my 10 minutes. And the first is about early availability. We need access to spectrum early. It is a key, it's a very important key. We know that without spectrum, nothing will work, at least in the wireless world. But access to spectrum early is very, very important for 5G. It is useful to have, in this context, a limited number of bands to gain experience with the 5G systems. The reason we are saying that is that if there are very many bands, you'll get lots of sorts of equipment here and there, and it doesn't really create economy of scale. So it's important to have some limited, but still useful and helpful for the trials and for the early business development. And in the view of having early access to spectrum, it is also important to have enough contiguous bandwidth. This can be debated, but we came to the view that we need about 100 megahertz in the lower range. That means in the gigahertz range, 3.4 to 3.8, for instance, and that could increase to 500 megahertz in the higher bands, in order to deliver the extreme mobile broadband services. Otherwise, 5G will not be any different to 4G, and it will not be so convincing in the end. So this is the first, early access to spectrum with a limited number of bands and enough bandwidth. The second point is that we support the pioneer bands. Actually, we worked in the working group on the ideas what we could respond to RSPG on this issue, and we provided input documents, met also RSPG, good discussions, and suggested pioneer bands. And we are very much in support with the choice made for a lower band at 700 megahertz that clearly will give wide area coverage, easy to get indoor as well, although not the same capacity as the other bands. And 3.4 to 3.8 is suitable for urban, suburban areas, a bit more dense populations. And then the first band listed for the new bands, the high frequency, the so-called 26 gigahertz, 24.25 to 27.5, in line with what Mikko is explaining already. This is useful for hotspots areas and smaller confined areas. I think we also wish to underline that, at least in this working group, that the other bands in study for WRC19 may also be of interest, and they actually are of interest. We are supporting the studies to look into the other bands. That is part of agenda item 13 for WRC19, and there's a lot of bandwidth above 24 gigahertz that is potentially very useful. But for the first and for the pioneer band, we support the 26 gigahertz. This was the second point. The third point is about indoor low power use. We believe that outdoor to indoor coverage cannot be relied upon, even at 3.6 gigahertz and even less at 26 gigahertz. It's very difficult. It's already a challenge. How do you get indoor coverage from outdoor base stations? And you know that large part of the populations live outside the urban major cities and major areas, where 3.6 and 26 gigahertz may range from light to non-existence. And 5G indoor private use can help to fill these gaps. How it is done and what mechanism, what way of doing it, we didn't describe as a working group output, but we acknowledge that there is a challenge, there's a problem here, and we should actually look into this. And again, a high volume indoor cell market would help reduce the overall cluster costs. It would help rolling out services for broadband in these areas. So this was the third short message. And the fourth is about management. We call it predictable spectrum management. We need stable and predictable regulatory environments. And these will be very important for long-term investments. I think this is also quite a hot discussed issue today about the licenses and how long they should last and so on. But maybe if we move away from this discussion of years and think about stable predictability to be able to run and go into long-term investment, this is our concern. So we'd like to underline this important point. The working group and the discussion we have had, we underlined that exclusive mobile license spectrum will remain important. I think we all understand that there will be other methods coming that will be beneficial and other methods of allocating spectrum and authorizing spectrum, just not licenses, and that could be useful for certain services and can coexist with each other. So these are the two sort of preference for exclusive licenses, but understanding and acknowledge that things are going on and we may have other methods that will be very useful as well. So I don't believe you say contradictory things here. We just underline that both these things will be important. We like to underline wherever we discuss this that there are already existing uses of spectrum, incumbent use, and there are planned services, and whatever we do and whatever we look into, we should take care and take this into account. So this was the fourth message I tried to bring from the working group, predictable spectrum management. Thank you.
Thank you, Terje. And then let's move on with the presentations. And next one would be Yu Wang, who is Principal 5G Researcher from Samsung UK and also coordinator of the Millimeter Magic. And let's get it started. So, please.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm here on behalf of Millimeter Magic, and the talk will be focused on the millimeter wave spectrum for 5G. So I think by now it's very obvious to everyone millimeter wave band is one of the key spectrum resources for 5G because of the sub-6 gigahertz spectrum is already heavily utilized, and the millimeter wave spectrum can actually offer a much wider bandwidth, so potentially a much higher data rate. And so now the immediate question that we should ask ourselves is, first of all, is the data rate really needed? And now in Millimeter Magic, we did some of the work to kind of identify the use cases and the associated data rate with use cases. And now, for example, in the immersive applications, the transmission of ultra high definition videos, you do need a very high data rate, actually up to the peak data rate of 20 gigabits per second. And then the second question is, Okay, so now the data rate is needed. How much bandwidth is actually required in order to provide this data rate? So in the project, we identified 8 use cases, and we estimated the bandwidth, for each one of them. And from the result here, you can see the downlink bandwidth is actually quite high. The requirement is actually quite high in order to kind of support some of the applications. So now we know, okay, the data rate is needed, the bandwidth is required, and we need to find out if the spectrum is actually available. Now, as the presentations in the earlier presentations, we all know about this table and the spectrum allocation. So actually between 24.25 to 86 gigahertz, there is a total bandwidth of about 32 gigahertz. So it all seems feasible. You have the bandwidth, you can support the data rate. Okay, so now if I were to deploy a 5G network, millimeter wave 5G network, which band should I actually be using? I think actually this is a very difficult question to answer, not as straightforward as the previous 3 questions at least. It's because the problem is actually complex interactions of the multiple parameters. So now let's take a look at the higher band, for example. Now, yes, at the higher band, you have availability of very wide bandwidth, but at the same time, you have more severe path loss, right? So signal can only reach to a short distance. And now, what if you say, okay, we can use smaller cells to kind of compensate for the path loss, right? But that also means you have a denser deployment and causes more resources of inter-cell interference. And now, what if you say we use more antennas, we have more beamforming gains? Actually, larger number of antennas is can be accommodated at the higher band because the antenna sizes are getting smaller. But it also means you bring more complexity to the hardware, and more importantly, with the larger multi-antenna elements and the beamforming gain, you are again causing more severe interference. And if you tend to use sharper beams to have a higher beamforming gain, it is very difficult for you to do the beam steering and tracking, so there will be less support for mobility, for high mobility. So there are all those kind of different parameters and methods. They will have complex interaction with each other. So it's very difficult to answer which band is actually suitable for which application. But nevertheless, in Millimetric, we did some studies on the suitability analysis of the 3 different bands actually for 4 KPIs, different KPIs, coverage, capacity, mobility, and device complexity. So we use something called a so-called figure of merit, which is an indication of the trends of the suitability of the spectrum with the changing parameters. So for example, we fix the bandwidth and then study the impact of the increased number of antenna elements, or we fix the number of antenna elements while increasing the bandwidth. The reason you need to fix one parameter is because the interactions of all the different parameters. Now I'll just take one example, coverage, as to give you a flavor of what we did. So, for example, in the first analysis, where you can, if you have a look at the row where bandwidth is, it's pretty much the same for frequencies at 10 gigahertz, 28, 38, and 73. And now, if you look at the last row of the analysis one, where the figure of merit, you will see 28, 38 gigahertz. You get pretty much the same coverage trend or at least support as the 10 gigahertz. But when it comes to 73, the figure of merit actually dropped significantly. Now, one of the reasons is because the number of antennas is not enough sufficient to support the path loss. Now, if you look at the second analysis, where you can fix the number of antennas, here is 32 antenna elements all across the frequency range, and your bandwidth, you keep increasing the bandwidth even for 33, when you increase it to 1.4 gigahertz, you still cannot get a sufficient coverage. This is because the antenna is actually the bottleneck here. So in Millimeter Magic, we did the analysis for the 4 KPIs I just mentioned, and all the results there show a trend. It becomes more challenging when it comes to a higher band. So that's from the technical point of view. Let's see how suitable the spectrum is. What about cost? So let's even if I can't provide a very nice performance, let's say, if the spectrum is actually cheaper, I might actually go for that spectrum band, right? But unfortunately, this is another question we can't answer because it is subject to a lot of uncertainties. For example, what kind of licensing model you will be using, either it's exclusive or spectrum with spectrum sharing. Each of them have their pros and cons. And what is the overall deployment complex will be, and what level of protection will be needed to provide any incumbent users in this band. Now, more on the spectrum sharing side in millimeter wave, so it's actually a very important mechanism for you to have a very efficient spectrum usage. And one important feature in the millimeter wave transmission is that you have to use beamforming. But when you use beamforming, if you could kind of smartly play with the spectrum, the spatial domain of the beams, where you can actually avoid interference between the different operators if the spectrum is shared between the operators, you can actually allow them to reuse the same millimeter wave band without interference. Now, more on the spectrum sharing part, where there are different factors that will impact the performance. For example, the types and the levels of the spectrum pooling coordination. You will have the whether it's inter-operator or intra-operator, or to what level of information you will exchange here. So figures here, from the first to the last, it covers maybe you can exchange information between the RAN and between the base stations, or at the core network, or you can share the RAN, or you can share the core network, or you can have a so-called spectrum broker, which is basically a central controller which optimizes your spectrum allocation, or you can just have a totally uncoordinated spectrum pooling. Now, another important factor in the spectrum sharing in millimeter wave band is the beam coordination and scheduling. So basically what this figure says here is you need to try to schedule the beams so that the two beams don't conflict with each other at the same time to avoid interference, basically. And you can do that in millimeter wave band transmission schemes quite well, you can do that. I wouldn't say quite straightforwardly, but it's something that can be done. Now, it's just an example of the spectrum pooling evaluation. Now, for example, if we have 4 operators and we have a total bandwidth of 1.2 gigahertz at the 32 gigahertz spectrum, and now we can have different spectrum pooling schemes. For example, the exclusive allocation, the partial pooling, meaning operator 1 and 2 will share some spectrum, operator 3 and 4 will share some spectrum, and then the full pooling, meaning that all the operators, the entire spectrum will be shared by all the operators. Now, if you look at the figure upper, to the right of the screen, where this shows the UE rate enhancement compared to the exclusive allocation. So basically it says, with partial or full pooling, you do get gains compared to the exclusive allocation. And in each case, well, except for the lowest 5% users, in each case, you actually get a significant performance gain using full pooling compared to using partial pooling. And then the second figure considers 2 coordination schemes. One is with, one is without the inter-operator coordination. So basically what it says here is, if you look at the right bar at the 5% users, it says the UE data rate increase is almost zero if you have a more denser deployment, even if you use the full pooling. Well, when you use the inter-operator coordination, the performance will increase significantly. And the last topic I want to touch upon is global harmonization. I think that's already mentioned in the previous presentation, so I will just skip this slide here. And to conclude my talk, I think first of all, we all know spectrum plays an important role, and the millimeter wave spectrum is one of the key aspects where enable the 5G technologies. And now it has its advantages. It has larger bandwidth. It makes the spectrum sharing actually easier because there is lower interference because of the beamforming. Now global harmonization is still underway. We covered that at the previous presentation. Now RF tuning is actually a mechanism that can partially solve this problem, where you can cover like 10% each side of the central frequency. And the KPI analysis here, where we show the trend, indicating the adaptation of the higher millimeter wave frequencies in general more challenging. But we need to note here some of the challenges can be overcome, have been overcome using more advanced schemes. And it doesn't necessarily mean the same trend will hold for the other KPIs and applications. So for example, if we consider the fixed wireless access, maybe you don't care about the mobility so much. Maybe those kind of KPIs, if you look at the trend, maybe it's different from what the trend for coverage, for example. And one last thing is the spectrum sharing is actually very promising in order to allow more efficient spectrum usage. And the inter-operator coordination and beam coordination are the two important aspects we need to consider here in order to allow the efficient usage. Thank you.
Thank you, and then let's move on with the presentations. And Bo Andersson is already coming on stage, and you will be telling us then more from the economic point of view, as you are chief economist of Swedish Post and Telecom, so representing regulators and coming from the economic side towards technology, whereas others are coming from mainly inside technology or from technology towards the business side. And it is this one. So please, Bo.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. As was rightly pointed out, I'm the chief economist at PTS, the Swedish Post and Telecom regulator, and I'm also co-chairing the RSPG working group on 5G. So I thought I'd focus a bit on telling you about the work there, and also not pointing out that I am not a spectrum specialist as being the chief economist, but I'm sort of coming into this more from the policy perspective, and that's the angle I would like to take on this. And just to say, you're probably all aware of what RSPG is, but it's a high-level advisory group assisting the Commission in the development of radio spectrum policy in the community, European community, and it comprises the relevant experts authorities from the EU member states. So it's a big group working with these issues. And as has been pointed out, I know this is what I will come to partly here is you've already heard about, but I think it's important to point it out from especially hearing the four main points that Terry pointed out here. I would like to relate a little bit also to that here. But what this working group have been aiming at is to take out the directions in a strategic roadmap here for 5G. And doing this should be a strategic roadmap towards 5G for Europe, focusing on services and different goals here. And this includes making the benefits of 5G available to all. And this is really important to make it to all here. And taking into account the system architectural differences and the technologies, how they are developed here, and look at the spectrum-related challenges. I mean, we've been talking about sharing. I will come back to that. It's important here. And of course, looking at, we need a lot of frequencies for this to be realized. And of course, this is one important part. And why this then? Because it is one of the things pointed out here is that we need this early. And I think it's hard, from the regulator's perspective, it's hard because we need to be very clear. We need to be pointing in a very certain direction in order to make clear what to focus on in research, because there are long lead times in taking out, developing new technologies. And we also hear that we need to be, at the same time, very flexible with how we develop the regulation for 5G. So at the same time as we need to create something that is stable and clear, making a definite base and sound base for making investments, we still have to be a bit flexible in order how we do this. And for example, the authorization of these licenses in this new 5G world. And this is kind of a balance that we have to strike. And I think one thing that can help us here as regulators is to be transparent on how we work and how we think. And one thing that was mentioned by Terje was that we've had a dialogue with the different stakeholders, and including the 5G PPP. And I think this is one important part for us, to have this dialogue in order to see, because what we can do is to facilitate the market to develop and make sure that you can develop new services that can make new interesting choices for end users or users in general, and at the same time facilitate the possibilities for suppliers of services and equipment to bring those to the market. Because this is not what the regulator don't develop this. The regulator can make this the market work in a good way in order to make this happen. And I think, and knowing how to do this, it is important to have a dialogue and then be clear on what we think is important to how to set up the rules. So by looking at this, then of course bringing this new services and launch of 5G at a large scale by 2020, this means we should be doing this in a quick way. That was one of the goals with this. And of course, as I said, the benefits should be available to all European citizens. And the benefit for all of us then would be that this will drive industrial and societal transformation and economic growth, of course, which is a really, really important factor here. And you've seen these frequencies or these bands before here, but it's really, I think, we really try to kind of follow up these goals that were set up, that for bringing things quickly. We wanted to make sure that everyone can be reached with this, and also to bring a lot of bandwidth to the market here. That's the kind of rationale between these three different bands. It's a low band to reach everyone. It's a little bit higher band that can be used quickly and can create good capacity in, for example, urban areas. And then the high frequency band 26 here, which is a pioneer band pointed out here that will enable all these new possible services and that to be brought to the market. And this was done, as I said here, this early opinion was adopted in the late 2016, and we're now working on a development and a supplementary opinion here, where we take into account a lot of information that was brought in from stakeholders into our work, and also other relevant RSPG perspectives, and some of them are the ones that we are discussing here now. This is, of course, important to look at how to make these authorization models work for these different frequencies. It's different bands, because it's not self-evident that we should continue to do it the way we have been doing it. This also brings us into sharing issues. This is really important to look at. And of course, in order to look at more than just these three bands, it's also important to look further on. So look at long-term away, looking at other bands as well, as was also pointed out here. It's also something that is being done in this work here. And if we look at this kind of flexibility that you could call this, or kind of say it in one word,
if you look at, for example, the authorization of spectrum use, that could be for the higher bands, both at the regional perhaps or a city level, or even really, if we call it hyper-local level, like in a factory plant or so. And this is different things that you could have in mind looking at the new ways of doing these authorizations. And it's also important to, if you look at the sharing here, to make it developed in a way that kind of follows demand, but at the same time use these limited resources efficiently, while at the same time making sure that existing users also are taken care of at the same time here. So this is a balance that has to be possible to strike. And this is possibly to do, I guess, as been pointed out by the previous speaker, given that you have these different characteristics of, when you go up in the higher bands, it's possible to share this in a very, very clever way. And I think I stop there because this is really what we try to do together now. And I think I'm quite positive that we will get this forward in a good way. And I'm really happy that it's appreciated by the industry that we have pointed out these 3 different bands. Thank you.
Thank you, Bo. And time to move to this last introductory presentation to be given by Marja Matimikko, who is a researcher and project manager from Oulu, from Center for Wireless Communications. And soon you'll learn more about what kind of activities she's managing at the moment.
Thank you, Mikko. I am Marja Matimikko, and I'm talking today about a new spectrum authorization model for 5G. So first, some trends about the mobile connectivity market. What is happening there? So one clear trend is to go from macrocellular deployments to small cell indoor deployments, because there is the demand for mobile services. Even today, like 80% of the traffic, mobile traffic, is originating from indoor locations. How to handle that traffic efficiently? The buildings today are energy efficient, so the macrocellular coverage does not really reach the indoor really well. Today we have a small number of countrywide spectrum licenses. In Finland we have 3 operators. The bands are always given to those 3. The 700 MHz band, which is a 5G band, it was already auctioned last year in Finland, but it was given to those 3 operators. In principle, anybody could apply, but the coverage obligations were such that you have to cover 99% of the population. So in practice, it's very hard for new entrants. But in the future, the direction in the higher frequency bands, we think that there the licensing should go to a larger number of locally issued licenses. Then in the infrastructure side, the trend is from going from owning the infrastructure towards buying the infrastructure as a service. You don't need to own everything yourself in the future. And this all is expected to result in a change from today's situation of a small number of dominating mobile network operators to the emergence of a large number of local micro-operators to complement the mobile connectivity market. The MNOs will still continue there. They have the licenses for the existing bands. The 700 MHz license is until 2033. It's close to my retirement, not quite. Then the new ideas. In 5G, we are promoting this idea of local micro-operators to enter the market, to change the business ecosystem. But what are these micro-operators? They would build and operate local small cell networks in specific locations, areas, and they would also provide locally tailored services to complement existing MNO offerings. They could actually be deployed like in this theater building to provide indoor connectivity to all MNO customers. On the other hand, they could be deployed in factories to provide services to a closed group of users, like machines. So there are a lot of variations where you could actually benefit from having local small cell networks. And you could have both. If you have that network, you could serve MNO customers and then also serve a limited set of other customers. Technically, that is being feasible. And then in Finland, we have been looking into this business ecosystem around the new micro-operator model. It has to work together with mobile network operators, content providers, end users, regulators, very important there, infrastructure vendors, infrastructure constructors. Then spectrum sharing, that's a big topic. And the regulators they have actually approved spectrum sharing. And they are very critical for 5G because there is a lot of existing incumbent usage in the bands that are being envisaged for 5G mobile communication networks. So those rights need to be protected in the long term. So spectrum sharing is very useful to protect existing incumbents, but at the same time introduce additional users. The US regulator FCC, they have opened the 3.5 gigahertz band. They protect the existing users there, but they introduce locally issued licenses and also general authorized access to provide mobile broadband services. That opens the market for new entrants. In terms of spectrum sharing in Europe, the licensed shared access concept from the Commission, it's about introducing additional licensed users while protecting the incumbents. It's standardized and trialed for the 2.3 gigahertz band. 4 years ago, we made the world's first LSA trials about that. In the 3.5 gigahertz band, if there is existing satellite in some countries, then LSA can be used to protect the incumbents efficiently. But when it comes to spectrum sharing, protecting existing users, there's one clear trend that these additional access rights, they are local. Then 5G spectrum authorization, how should that be done? It's a very important question because those decisions ultimately determine the whole mobile connectivity market for the coming decades. Then who can use 5G bands and under which conditions, including rights and obligations? It's really important and a difficult question. And then in 5G, the serving of the different vertical sectors needs in very different areas. How to do spectrum authorization to serve these needs, which will be based on local networks. Then the key question becomes who is allowed to deploy and operate 5G radio access networks. Today, only the MNOs in practice can do that. And these decisions, they involve a lot of details, but then it's good to think about what they would mean if we go to higher frequency bands. Who can apply for a license? Who can get it? What is the license duration and area? We suggest to go for local licensing with shorter durations, but the Commission is talking about 25-year durations. That's what the MNOs want. But there would be new, agile entrants to the market. They don't want 25-year license durations. FCC model has 3-year license duration. They're the transmission parameters and the procedure of how to get the spectrum access rights. Obligations. In 5G bands, you can't have the same coverage obligations as in the other bands, lower bands. And then the interference coordination mechanisms. There's a lot of development in technical domain to enable that. And all these spectrum authorizations, they should be done in a fair and transparent way. That's the basic principle. And at the same time, promote competition and innovation. And I think continuing with the same authorization model in 5G, it does not fulfill this criteria. So what is a solution? Local micro-licensing. That's what we are now investigating in a national project. And this micro-licensing would be about issuing local exclusive licenses for anyone who applies or needs that. It would open the market for new entrants to deploy local 5G networks in special areas. And this micro-licensing will exploit spectrum sharing techniques, vertical and horizontal, protect the incumbents if there are incumbents in those bands, and then at the same time coordinate between other micro-license holders. So it's going from exclusive licensing from a small number of license holders that are free from harmful interference, and then at the other extreme, the license exempt, with a lot of possible users, but no guarantees. So the micro-licensing is bridging these two domains, opening the market for a larger number of entrants, but giving them the quality guarantees that there are in exclusive licensing. And the big benefit of this is that it actually makes new spectrum available, because you coordinate the interference. Then you can also protect the existing users in the band. And if you issue a license, for example, to the theater, then the walls, the building entry losses are so high that actually you could reuse the same band at the Radisson SAS or in downtown or at the university premises when you go to higher frequency bands. So some conclusions. The spectrum authorization decisions in 5G, they are really important as they shape the entire market. And the traditional stakeholder roles are changing. And these criteria, ensuring fairness and transparency, promotion of competition and innovation in the market, how can those be realized? Not with the existing models, I think. So new local licensing models, micro-licensing models would be needed to enable this large-scale deployment of local networks to serve those various needs from the different verticals. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Maria. Now I would like to ask the panelists all to come here, and we will then be ready to take any questions from the audience. Let's see if it's our local party there or if the audience is also joining. So is there any burning question from the audience right away? Does not seem to be, so there are two even.
Okay, thanks. I had a question based on the last speaker had mentioned a couple times about transparency and fairness, in that that's not met with the present way of licensing. Can you give us an example of a non-transparency that has happened with our present licensing scheme?
Does it work? Yeah, that works. So transparency and fairness as the general high-level criteria in the license awarding procedure. I think an example that if you have a new band and you want to authorize that, if you design in such a way that you give it to those who are the major stakeholders there. In Finland, you divide it to 3 equal portions, and there are 3 MNOs. So it's already fixed by the time you define that procedure. And you put such requirements that in practice no one else can apply. So that's the fairness part. Is that fair? Is that opening the market for new entrants?
I'm asking about transparency. I'm asking about transparency.
Yeah, but then the transparency is that how the awarding is done. Like, do you consult the stakeholders when you are defining the procedure? Are they involved? And if you think about 5G, there will be other stakeholders who are now interested in gaining access rights to spectrum. So they should also be involved in that process when designing the rules and awarding procedures.
Yeah, Eckhard Kass, IHP. One question regarding spectrum in general. When we talk about spectrum for 5G, we typically mean spectrum for access. What is the situation regarding the backhaul or fronthaul spectrum? I mean, there's a lot of talk about wireless backhaul and fronthaul. but I have not seen much discussion about spectrum for this so far.
Anybody, any volunteer in the panel?
There is some talk that's about the use of millimeter wave band as a backhaul. So I think millimeter wave band does provide that possibility. So does that answer your question?
Partially, sure. I think there are candidate bands like 60 gigahertz band and also the E-band, but so far they are not really earmarked, and there's also a little discussion about their deployment for 5G, in my opinion. I mean, 60 gigahertz is surely an interesting band, but it's an ISM band, so there might be interference issues. On the other hand, the E-band is somehow light licensed, so whether that's suitable and sufficient is not clear from my point of view.
I just comment on E-band is already used for backhaul quite extensively in many countries. I think that is already an interesting band for combined access and backhaul, if that is possible using narrow beam in that case. But I took the microphone more to make publicity for the next session on Spectrum for 5G, the special session where we have projects discussing the various bands and also for backhaul and fronthaul. So I invite you to continue discussion there, or maybe the projects will take the floor here as well.
Hi. I guess a question for the final speaker. You spoke about micro licensing for what I interpreted mostly as urban areas and for the higher frequency bands. The problems that I guess I work with mostly in my job are lack of coverage in rural and remote areas where the mobile operators, the big three, as you talk about, don't really bother to deploy because they can get around their license commitments in other ways. Have you looked at the possibility of applying the model you've spoken about for the lower frequency bands in remote and rural areas?
So this model is targeting the higher frequency bands. But the lower bands, if you think about the Finnish situation, the mobile connectivity is excellent also in the countryside with the lower bands. Yeah, I think we are lucky. There is because it's already in their obligations to do that, and it works there. But this local licensing, it's targeting for the higher bands.
May I add? I think from our perspective, we also have a very good coverage in the Swedish countryside, but it's definitely so that you need to have a different approach for the different band from the authorization, I think, and looking at this, and this would kind of enable what you would like to do, I think, at the same time as getting coverage where we need it also.
I also have the question for the last presenter. So first, what are the reactions from the three big operators? Are they really happy about this macro operator model? And the second question is, do you foresee the vertical will also play a role for this micro operator? Because you mentioned about the scenarios like Industrial 4.0, and actually it's exactly the domain for the verticals. So in this case, do you think the vertical themselves will play the role of a micro operator? Thanks.
Thank you. Last year in September in Oulu, we arranged a public workshop around this topic of micro operators, and there we had invited speeches from the three MNOs, the Finnish ones, and they were not in favor of this approach at that time. We also had the fixed network operator there, and they were interested in this one. But then they they joined our work. The MNO is included also in this consortium, so they see that this is a path that could happen. So they need to be involved. And some months later, the MNO called itself a micro operator. So slowly, but slowly this idea is progressing, but the first reaction is that the MNOs want to maintain their existing market position. And then about the verticals, this micro operator, it's a role that can be taken by different stakeholders. For example, the network infrastructure constructor could take an operational role. The owner of the factory could take that role. So in practice, there are cases like a factory, they would not want an MNO to operate their network. They would like to do it themselves. So they would like to become that micro operator. So there is interest in the verticals towards this development.
So I know my question is not favorable business-wise, but has there been any studies for health risks for usage of high spectrum? We all know that attenuation at these high spectrum and millimeter wave is very high. So especially in dense areas and city centers and these places, has been any studies for damage or health risks concerning human tissues and this kind of stuff?
Has Millimeter Magic been looking at this part?
Yeah, when it comes to the whether it's harmful to people or not, and I'm not aware of, at least from my side, not aware of any news talking about this kind of damage. But this is also something we were not looking at.
Some other projects and activities have been looking at that, and for example, the MyWaves EU project, which is about to end, has been looking at this, and their conclusion is that these higher frequencies stop quite at the very beginning of the skin, so that they don't permeate into the human tissue in a harmful way. There is here one question.
.5G in unlicensed band competing or complementing Wi-Fi access?
Who wants to? I was the one who was a bit touching this in my introduction, and now we are seeing the LTE with multifier beginning to be available, and it is one component that is there to help operators and others in coping with the increasing traffic, to complement the available frequencies. And that is at the moment, so operators are providing access cellular and Wi-Fi combined, but then with the multifier you could then have it the same cellular technology, this licensed and unlicensed combined, and the obvious evolution how it would go forward from there is to also look at how could this be done in 5G, but the future will show that what is then the end result on the markets for this.
Hello, this question is particularly for Terry, I think, with his experience with the 5G AA. So, because there are two frequencies, like US and Korea are sort of working ahead, speeding ahead with 28 gigahertz, and now the European Commission has this band on 26 gigahertz, centered on 26 gigahertz. So, do you see it will be like two ecosystems building up, or do you see it as a problem to economies of scale and things like that?
On behalf of the Infrastructure Association, the working group, I'm not sure I can answer clearly to this. We believe it should be possible to reuse equipment, though, at 26 gigahertz and 28 gigahertz at the same time due to tuning. It should be possible. But so whether there will be two different ecosystems. 26 gigahertz is very complicated in Europe due to other business. I think we have to respect that. And the satellite business is strong in Europe on 28 gigahertz, and we want to protect that. But 26 is easy, although that is not straightforward there either. It's easier in that respect.
Maybe a follow-up question is that there is a proposal, I don't know whether you have studied that, to focus more on the upper range of upper band of the 26 gigahertz, so that's closer to 28. Have you looked at that?
Not into the details, no.
Not into the details.
No, I see that 26.5 to 27.5 or something is that we mentioned. Not to the details, no.
And further follow-up questions in this front might be that talking about satellites and talking about these other users of the spectrum than the mobile industry. So how does the panel see this interplay in preparation for 5G with respect to these other users of spectrum? Which others there are, and kind of what is then the best way to work together with them to get mutual benefits, or do you see more like a strong kind of starting point that there is a head-on collision, or what do you see? Any reactions from the panel?
It's of course an important issue in this development, and I think it's given the characteristics of these higher frequencies, there are a lot of possibilities for being able to construct schemes for making it possible to share this and coexist in a good way. I think we should be able to do that, and but it still needs to be developed how we then make the authorization, for example, work in this sense. And but the possibilities are definitely there.
And traditionally, if you if you have spectrum, they always hold on to that spectrum. Satellite community, they want to continue that. Broadcasting community, we have seen that in the spectrum sharing studies that we've been doing. But then, on the other hand, the sharing studies that are done in the regulation, they are done for very static conditions, this kind of worst case assumptions, so that you would define large distances, protection areas. So I think with the technology evolutions, there is a lot of room for improvement in terms of that interference coordination towards those existing ecosystems, satellites and others, that would actually facilitate that you can take these new bands into use for mobile.
Terje would like to continue.
I think there are good comments made on this, and good collaboration possibilities and options for the future. I think one key for at least quite a few of the participants in the working group and the Infrastructure Association is some sort of stability. How can we plan our business? Can we really invest money in this? I talk about vendors, I talk about operators, micro operators even. Can we invest money in this? So some sort of stability foreseeable in the future is very, very important. And I think 3 years is very, very short. Sorry for this FCC idea. I think this would be very damaging for developing business for everyone in Europe in 5G if we don't have foreseeable economic terms in this case. So this is my worry. I am, as you know, an operator as well. I try to be a bit neutral here to speak on the working group behalf, not on my operator behalf only.
The other arena where there is different kind of players interacting with each other in a potential new way is these local operators and incumbent operators. And maybe also incumbent operators will take some roles as local operators, and it is not so black and white. But I would like to ask from every panelist their own reaction, whether this vision of a high amount of local operators will take place or not. Then also, if you are not willing to make a strong statement there, so what kind of factors are defining whether this will take place or not? So I would like to ask all the panelists to give some reaction to this.
It will happen. I think it became obvious from my presentation that this is the dimension that we see in 5G.
I think what you showed and what we have seen from different other places is that these new frequencies and technologies create a lot of possibilities for new business models and possibilities to bring new services and to the market. And I think it is important to make sure that this can be possible for the different participants in the market and new participants also. So without saying how this will be done, I think it's definitely a possibility, but it's not for us to say that it will happen. We will just make sure that there is a level playing field and stable over time also.
I would also say it's definitely possible, but from the feasibility and the practicality aspect, that there will be problems that you need to look into.
Maybe I can address this from a slightly different angle. Maria, you had an interesting presentation and slightly challenging to some, I would guess, here. We will see different business probably in the future, different sort of ecosystems coming on board, and we all have to change. So we are not static. I slightly think I disagree with this staticness, that everything goes on as it used to be. We have seen a lot of changes on spectrum allocation, spectrum management. In my career, I started in 1980, so I followed this quite closely over many years. It's quite different what we do now than we did then. So it's not static, it's changing. And what the change I think we are seeing in the future is around potential new ecosystems like verticals that address a certain service for a certain community, a factory or health or automotive driving. And there will be roles in this vertical. And we follow the idea of ecosystem rather than network slicing for technology. We think about network slicing for ecosystems and verticals. And there will be roles there, and operators also will be there. I believe that the current MNOs will be there, but it is very likely that also other take the role of providing the communication services. So hopefully a good future for all of us. Thank you.
Okay. I had a question actually that regards about when you start to think about going up to the extreme high frequencies and their lack of ability to actually penetrate through walls, for example. And then when one thinks about the micro licensing, and I like the fact you gave a really good example of like a micro license within this theater or within a factory. But of course, with a high path loss and the lack of ability to pass through walls, I think it really brings up the question, why license at all in the confines of your own building? So I'm curious what the reaction would be to that.
So that would be the obvious choice, to that keep it unlicensed, and then the owner of that space has some coordination who can access that place, and then it would deploy the network. But still there is that risk. If someone comes there, it has every right to transmit. Then there are no longer guarantees for those services that would be very high demand services, whatever is envisaged for 5G.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll wait for the microphone. I was a little bit unclear. I was trying to say within the confines of your own property, the owner of that property would be able to operate potentially unlicensed. Like if I go into your house, I can't be running my 32 gigahertz transmitter inside your house, for example, because that would disrupt your network, or I can't go into somebody else's factory with my transmitter. But the factory might be able to operate their own network in an unlicensed fashion.
Can I make a comment?
So it kind of, I mean, if a consumer's product like microwave operates on Wi-Fi frequency, it's built on the same frequency, then the guarantee goes away, basically. The licensing is to protect the use of that spectrum by somebody who wants to use it in a more, let's say, SLA guaranteed manner.
When you enter this theater, how does your device... when you enter this theater with your commercial device, how does your device know, oh, someone else is licensed to this theater, I can't talk here? Wait, here it comes.
If it's licensed, then nobody else is allowed to create a commercial product using that frequency. So licensing is exactly to protect that. Globally?
I was getting the opinion that the micro license was from some finite geographic location. That's what I understood a micro license to be. So let me stop talking.
I'm Harri Posti from the Center for Wireless Communications. This is mainly for Marian, perhaps. So we are talking about radio access networks and radio access regulation. With 5G, we are also talking about, this was actually touched before, software-defined networking, network slicing, using generic server hardware for the core network functionalities. Is it possible that the radio access operation and core network operation will be totally separated, also in terms of regulation? So you would access rights to operate the radio access network, and somebody would get access to or license to operate the core network. So who would be eligible for core network operation, and if this were separated, which one would own the customers then, the subscribers? It's basically in the core network, the subscriber management at the time. Thanks.
You need a spectrum license to transmit wirelessly. That's the RAN part, and that's obvious.
I understand that, and that requires a license, but then is it necessary for me to also, or can I actually provide a core network for any radio access network operator? And do I need a license to do that?
Not the spectrum license, no.
Any license? Can I own wireless subscribers if I have the hardware, servers?
Then it comes to defining what is a telecommunications company. And we had a workshop a week ago with Ficora and Ministry about these regulations for allowing this micro-operator deployment. There is this access regulation, then competition regulation, all that, how you can gain access to the infrastructure. Like fixed operators, they have to give access to others who need it. So there is a lot of regulation in terms of that, and the Commission is now revising their directive in that, and I think you could say more. Yeah. Right. Yes.
So I had a question more back about the sharing. How, on this micro license thing, would you actually police that? So it's going to be in a very small, kind of granular area. So to actually determine that there's an issue or problem, is there some technological solution to that?
Yeah, there are these database-based spectrum management solutions available, and the FCC model for the 3.5 gigahertz, but it has this spectrum access system which is coordinating the access rights, local access rights, and it defines these license areas. It calculates these interferences between the different license holders and against the incumbents. So there are technical tools to manage these scenarios.
So is that principally static? So the speaker from Samsung earlier was saying about coordination of beams or scheduling, which I guess is more dynamic and time sensitive. So a database per se would seem to be more static.
It has both components. There is static incumbent use, which is easy to handle. Then there is dynamic, like ship with the radar comes there. It's very dynamic. Or others, you start to use like the PMSC, the wireless cameras in the 2.3 gigahertz, you start using them. So it has both the static usage and then dynamic, and they can handle both. There are mechanisms to handle both.
Just to add to the comment, yes, so the dynamic is in terms of different users, how they can share the spectrum. So the spectrum is there. It's just the dynamic mechanism will allow them to use the spectrum more efficiently. For example, not to schedule the beam at a certain time point, but rather use that beam direction later. So it's from that perspective.
So then that seems sort of different. So one is more finely changing in time. And so in terms of like a beam direction or something like that, you've got a much more kind of soft sharing between the potential users. Anyway.
Okay. I'm from Huawei Research Center, Munich. My name is Han Wen. So there's a very big vertical industry which is have a very big business potential and also requires mission critical or safety critical user cases, but which unfortunately don't have a war. It's in the street. This automotive industry. So my question is to all the experts is to ask, how do you think about the spectrum models or regulations will be prepared for this big futures of V2X communications in the future?
So how to organize V2X communications from a spectrum perspective? Who wants to take this?
Just very briefly, I'm not coming from a spectrum background, but I would have thought, if you want to guarantee your service, quality of service in the mission critical applications, you would want to have exclusive spectrum allocation or access in order to do that.
I would also suggest this is an area for collaboration between different actors, like operators and car industry or transport industry. So there will be different needs, and there will be mutual benefits for collaboration, and then we could secure the communication spectrum in this case.
Does that mean you are suggesting to have exclusive spectrums for automotive communications?
From the technical point of view, that's the easiest way to have a guaranteed quality of service, right? But that's just my view anyway.
Would you do it otherwise?
Yeah, so, well, I guess there's actually already an elusive automotive spectrum, which is at 5.9 gigahertz, but it's just for, normally for this D2D communications. Yeah, but for more advanced user cases, some spectrums at the user interface will still be desired. But how this is going to be, spectrum is very precious. How this is going to be exclusively reserved for this for V2X. Yeah, I think technology-wise, which requires a very flexible spectrum sharing models. Yeah.
On the other hand, it depends on the well, V2X is actually a very wide range of applications, right? And for example, if you are just gathering the data from the sensor, compared to you kind of collect the I don't know, instructors from the cloud for self-driving. I mean, there are different levels of how critical the services, and then how much guarantee you will need for to support that quality of experience. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a question to Maria. Okay, about micro operators. Singapore is probably the only country I know that they have, in addition to proof of concept, proof of system, they have a mechanism of a proof of business. Okay, they call it market trial application. Okay, my understanding is the period of about 6 months, and you have to pay some deposit. In addition to get an experimental trial license for cost recovery, they are allowed to collect some money from the provide the service or to do the trials. Okay, what's your comment about the needs, especially for micro operators, for heterogeneous networks or verticals? Okay, in the era of this very dynamic time, if we don't try, how do we know we are going to have opportunities? What do you think of this? And is there any line of thinking? For example, in the Finnish regulator, there will be some kind of a POB mechanism.
Thank you. Trialing is very important when you are introducing new concept. Even in spectrum sharing work, the trials were the key to get the regulators' approval for this. And I think also the micro-licensing needs to be shown with trials that it really works. And then if it's even one step further to go to the business trial, that you actually deploy something, and then you start to run a business on top of that. And for that stage, the Finnish trials have not taken that business trial step yet. It's more like still from the perspective of research that we don't collect that money in terms of that business trialing. But it's important to trial the concept.
So the business aspect, so far you don't think it's an important part, especially when there are so many new applications, new service in the 5G era, okay, without really doing some business trials, okay. What do you think? Okay, we prove of concept, we prove of the system, but without really doing some trials about business, how do we know it's going to have an opportunity? So, but for you, the micro operator, how do we let micro operators have the opportunity to get some information about market?
Because the regulator here is very committed to making this trialing, testing licenses available, and they do it very efficiently. But then when you turn it into a commercial thing, then it also requires a change in that mindset that you want to do this as a business trial, and that is not done yet. But I think it's a good way forward.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Any last
Okay,
questions?
hello, Ari Pottu from Center for Wireless Communications. My question is related to, okay, if we could enter a world where we actually do have MNOs and we do have micro operators, how do you view the role of national roaming in this whole picture?
So the national roaming in the case of Finland, it is not happening in Finland because the micro operator would have to come to an agreement with an MNO to do it. It's not coming from the regulator, that the regulator would force the MNO to do it, because the Finnish market has 3 operators. So in the law legislation sense, it works, the market works. That's what the Commission has told Finland, that your market works. You can't put additional regulation to make the MNOs that they would have to make these roaming agreements. But it's the way forward, and I hope that the Commission directive update will address this. There is a topic of this is included there, but then how it's defined there, it's still quite vague.
Okay, we have actually reached the scheduled ending time of the panel, and no still very burning questions. So I guess then we thank the panel and thank also very much the audience for active participation.
Mr. Anderson, come here. Give me 5. Say T. Thank you. Well, welcome. Sing something to me. Jingle bell, jingle bell. Everybody! Jingle all the way. Oh, that's very good. Thank you, thank you. Don't put your hands. Right. Mr. Jelton. Give me 5. Say T. Thank you. And Mr. Usi Talo. Here. 5. Chip. Okay. Have a nice summer time. See you.
Thank you.